the attachment to the back? What do you mean?
No, it's a bike without pedals.
Oh, okay.
This works good.
You learn how to balance first.
Good evening. Welcome to the May 16th meeting of the Town of Standish Planning Board. The meeting will now come to order. This is a public proceeding unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session. You have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are offered. Please notify me if you are unable to hear or to see the material. The board works from a prepared agenda this evening. We'll have the approval for 2 months' meetings. We have finding of facts for 2 projects, Christy Dearborn and Hannah Godrow. We have 1 item in old business for Kenneth and Anthony Grondin, and 2 new items, 40 Northeast Road at Main Optometry and a revision to the Highland subdivision. Okay, we have 6 members here this evening, so we have a quorum. And we did receive from Derek Wright his resignation from the board, and we wish him well as he moves forward with his endeavors. First item of...
Do you know that?
What's that?
Oh, that's a surprise to me. I'm sad to hear that.
It just came in, so.
Yeah.
And I knew he wasn't going to run for
Re-election.
re-election, so it's only a
Good
couple
luck,
of months.
Derek.
First item on the agenda then will be the, well, I finished going down through here. The applicants have the burden to prove to the board that their application is complete and meets all applicable town standards. Any person wishing to address the board may do so in accordance with the following procedures. Please utilize the podium or one of the provided microphones. The board will open a public hearing for the applicant to present their project. The town planner will provide his assessment of the project and hear responses from the applicant. Board members will then ask questions and hear responses. The hearing will then be open to the public for comment, and the applicant can respond to those comments. The board may receive any oral or documentary evidence, but such evidence is restricted to the subject matter of the agenda item. The board shall exclude irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious evidence. Citizens shall refrain from interrupting other speakers. This meeting is being tape recorded. Very difficult to hear what is being said when multiple people speak at the same time. Citizens shall avoid person attacks and conduct themselves in a civil, courteous manner as expected by all participants. All questions should be addressed through the chair. Speakers shall not attempt to engage in debate with other meeting participants. On hearing from the public, the hearing will be closed for that application, and the board will deliberate and vote on the application. Following the decision on the application, either towards the end of the meeting or at the board's next regular meeting, the board will prepare a written finding of facts and approve them for recording. All right, first item on our agenda will be the March 4th minutes. Don't think I had marked anything up in this myself. One thing I did notice as reading through here, and I think we need to address it at another level, is that if this board wants to have a landscape architectural plan prepared and signed by a licensed landscape architect for the commercial site plans, we need to get that into the code book. I just throw that out as that seems to be contentious through the whole minute, so. Just a point.
I agree.
So we can work with the ordinance review committee on that, I guess.
So we have to turn that into an ordinance?
No.
No, the ordinance is there, we just have to
Make sure it gets followed?
modify it so it says it has to be prepared by a licensed landscape architect.
Okay, but we can
Really?
still ask for that,
Yes.
like we did.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay.
And, I think we have to remember that the code are minimal standards. That's what they are, minimal standards. And just like every other town, we can certainly ask for things that we think are really important, like we wouldn't accept a survey plan from anybody but a licensed surveyor. And I think the same is true for all the different functionalities of these projects.
I don't agree with, I don't disagree with that, but just to make it easy, so the applicant knows they have to go get a licensed landscape architect to do it, not a landscaper or an engineer to do it. It needs to be in the ordinance, I think. That's just my opinion.
I
That way it's clean.
Yeah, it is, I think it would be nice to do that, but until that happens, I think that can still be a board practice that I would like to see implemented.
Anyways, anybody else see anything in the minutes? If not, is there a motion to approve minutes as presented? I tried to remember as I read through this thing over the weekend. It seems like everything is addressed that we talked about. I'll make that motion. Somebody, is there a second?
Second.
Deb seconded. Further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? 4, 5, and 1 abstained.
I'll abstain since I wasn't at the meeting.
Frank. Very good, thank you. And the next item on our agenda will be the April 1st meeting. I had no markups. Anybody else have any markups or changes?
I just had one, teeny one. On the first page, the third line down, starting from Mrs. Spiegel, it says, after conditions, comma, but do not, I think we just are missing the word know how it will come together.
All right,
Minor.
reads better. Anyone else? Seeing none?
Yeah, one other addition. On the very last line, plan, and we're told, yes, it would be provided. Even though it never was, we were told that, yes, it would be provided.
You're on the last line on page 1.
Yeah, yes.
Plans,
after
and we're
the word
told,
yes.
yes, they would be,
They said it would be provided. They were told, yes, it would be provided. But that's not what happened, but that's what we were told.
it doesn't read right. Landscape plan, and we're told, yes, they would be provided, asked for a plan. And asked. Just need an and on the end of that. Okay. Any further comments? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
Motion.
I'll second it.
Moved in second.
I'm sorry. I have to abstain. I wasn't at that one, so, sorry. Take it back.
All right.
Then I'll make the motion.
Frank moved.
Second.
Patrick second. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Is an Andrew up?
I wasn't at that one.
You wasn't at it, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses and 2 abstained. Thank you very much. Our next item of agenda are our two finding of facts. First one being for Christy Dearborn, 113 Whites Point Road. I have nothing. Anybody on the board have anything?
I didn't have anything.
Okay. Want to do the other one at the same time? Is there anything on the Hannah Goodrow? That was the daycare at 149 Chicopee Road.
Sure.
Same date, so.
Same date.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is there a motion to approve both?
I'll make the motion.
Move to approve both of the finding of facts. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Carolyn, second. Further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
I have to
3,
abstain.
4,
I wasn't here.
2 abstained. Very good. Let me just sign these, we'll get this done. Oh, isn't this right? Nice. Five, 6.
Justin, you need a tripod.
I'm going to put that in my pocket so I lose it again. All right, moving right along. First item of business, under old business, will be Kenneth and Anthony Grondin doing business as 323 Northeast Road LLC, map 14, lot 84, subdivision application to build a 69-lot, single-family home subdivision, Woodbury Heights. Mr. Rowan, the floor is yours.
Before we
Thank
get
you,
going, I'm
Mr.
going
Chairman.
to recuse myself from this as I'm not
Okay.
direct abutter.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, board members. Dustin Roma with DM Roma Consulting Engineers, representing 323 Northeast Road LLC. The previous applications were submitted under Ken and Anthony Grondin, as Mr. Brown had read into the record there, but they've since deeded the property over into an LLC with the same owners, so it's just a administrative item really, more than anything else, but we wanted to make sure that was addressed in the final plan applications. We've included in our packets here that we've submitted to you our final permit approvals that were obtained through the Maine DEP and Army Corps of Engineers. Those were kind of really the only thing we were waiting on, why there was this lag in time between when we were here for preliminary plan approval and where we're here tonight requesting final approval on the project, was really just waiting for those permits to come in. There was no substantial changes that were made as a result of any of those final negotiations with the permitting agencies. So the plan is essentially the same as the one that was in front of you when we requested preliminary approval. Certainly nothing substantial to note. There were a couple of questions that had just come up and forwarded to us, or requests to address here on the final plan. One of those is to include a 30-foot drainage easement in areas where we have some drainage that runs through the site. It's really just associated with the wetland crossing that's just uphill of the stream. So I believe it's lot 37 that has wetlands running down the side of it there. So we'll include an easement just over that lot, just to maintain that drainage flow that runs through there naturally. Scott and I had some discussions as well about whether it was appropriate to include drainage easements throughout the open space where you have the brook or the drainage that again runs down hill and enters the brook. If that's something that the board feels is appropriate, we can certainly show those areas on the plans. Certainly, the open space is intended to just be, natural, passive recreation space, no development proposed in there. So in essence, kind of the whole area is intended to remain natural, but if there's a requirement to designate those areas inside of the open space, we're happy to do it. That's not a problem.
And the intent there would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if the town had to get in there and maintain, clean out something in the future, they would have the right to do that.
Sure. Yep.
And that included the detention treatment ponds as well. So I think a blanket easement, if you would, over the common open space.
Sure.
And I think you're right, it's just lot 37 is the only one that run traverses down through where
Yep.
it's in a individual's.
Yep, so,
That was my recollection about what we talked about, or some of us had talked about anyways. That way, we haven't got to generate a whole bunch of descriptions for,
micro
open
drainage
space.
areas and,
that's just my thought anyways.
yep, and if that's the will of the board, we can certainly work with Scott and make sure that's,
That seem
documented in the
reasonable,
lots.
Scott? Does that
think that
include,
makes
that would
sense.
include then the treatment
So-
areas and everything if we had to get in there?
Yeah, just to add into the open space language
Yep.
that the town has the rights to access it for drainage purposes, something along those lines.
Where is I'm sorry, where is the roads to take care of the wet pond, the ponds access road? And is it on there, where is the trail gonna go? Because it can't go down by that river. Because it's gonna be all wet down there. You can't build a trail right beside a stream, I don't think, in the middle of those wetlands. Because it'll be wet all the time. Unless people are gonna build a great big long boardwalk through there, that probably is not gonna work.
It's shown just west of the limit of the wetland right now, I think. The easement line and the wetland line are very similar, but I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we had basically showed a, potential kind of trail location that's gonna run adjacent to the wet area, but upland of it, so not in the wetlands. The access roads to the ponds, we've got one kind of colored in dark green, you can see it there, kind of leading to the north.
Where's
That,
the wet pond?
yep, so it's
Okay.
out behind those three lots, so the area of tree clearing
Okay,
out behind the three lots.
so that's the access to that one.
Yep, and then the other one comes right off the end of Woodbury Lane. So there's a cleared area directly off the end of the road. And so there's very good access there, right off the paved roadway to get to that pond.
And what's the big rectangular green area on the back? Yes.
Yep, so that's a designated forested buffer area. It's located in the open space off the backside of the lots. I mean, really, for all practical purposes, the entire open space area is wooded. But that is a certain area that's designated specifically for stormwater management, so you can't alter the drainage patterns. It has to flow through it in a sheet flow condition. So that's.
But we're not touching any of the trees out there anyway.
Nope.
So that's just.
Yep. Yeah, you won't
to show it on-
looking at it, that won't look any different than the rest of the forest. It'll be inside a larger forested area.
On the lots, can we can ask that you don't cut down some of the trees that are there right now, right?
So we've got,
Like preservation of natural features, the board may require design to include landscape plan that will show the preservation of existing trees 10 inches or more within where the buffers are supposed to be, the 25-foot back buffers and the 10-foot side buffers. You're not gonna go in there and cut all those out and put in little tiny bushes or something, right?
Yeah,
We
so
can
we've
ask
got-
for that?
yeah, so on the plans, we've shown tree clearing limits as kind of a squiggly line, so on each of the plans. And that represents a maximum amount of area that can be cut, so it's a balancing act where we, you know, we certainly want to maintain some buffers, and we don't want to clear any more area than is necessary, because all that area that gets cleared has to be accounted for in the stormwater plan. So the more area we show, the more stormwater treatment we have to provide. So we try to keep that to a, not necessarily to a minimum, but to what we think is practical based on the size of the homes that we anticipate to be built there. Because there's a certain expectation that, you know, people don't want to just have like a 10-foot yard around their house and just all woods. They want kind of a balance. So they don't, you know, they want some protection from their neighbors, a little bit of a backyard buffer area, but they do want some lawn space in and around the house. So we try to balance that out the best we can in each of these lots. And it's certainly not a big clear-cut effort. It's expensive to build lots that way. It's a lot of extra tree clearing. It impacts the drainage, so it doesn't
Well,
benefit us to
you just
cut
throw
too
grass
much.
down and call it coverage, then, you know, vegetated buffer with some grass, that's not very expensive. But your whole, it looks like a big sand pit.
Yeah, and that's really not desirable. I mean, the goal here is to make nice lots that people want to buy. So if we were to cut, I mean, especially when you have lots that are backing up to each other, I mean, those aren't desirable lots if you cut all the way through. So we're very
Your
mindful of
forested
that.
areas are calculated different than grass areas too for your stormwater.
And so when you, in your plan for your buffer strips, the applicant proposes to maintain 10-foot wide, no clearing, vegetated buffer between the residence lots. Can we change that to no clearing, preservation of trees that are existing, that are 10 feet,
So
10 inches or more?
a 10-foot width in between the lots.
That's what you've got, they asked for in this plan, and then also, but when you go to the HOA, I don't know if that needs to be fixed or not, because it says they can cut up to within 15 feet, so that might need to get changed. What my main goal is asking, there's gonna be mature trees left there, right?
Yeah,
In between
Certainly.
each lots, not like 2 or 3, but a buffer of them. And
Yeah.
then buffers behind the houses, 25 feet.
yeah, to the extent that the trees are there now, it's advantageous to us to keep them on the property lines and, you know,
Okay.
in that area between the
I
homes.
just thought that I've asked this before on another subdivision, or a couple of them. So I want to be specific,
Yep.
so there's no misunderstanding in the future. And if we need to write that into the conditions of approval, we can do that?
Make a note.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
Yep.
those were my
Yeah, if you want,
main
yeah, I say, I got a few more things I can cover here before we just open it right up to questions, so. I know there was, we did submit performance guarantee estimates in there, which I believe the third-party consulting engineers had a chance to look through and felt they were reasonable, so we'll, you know, fine-tune those final numbers if there's any changes. But I think sounds like we're in general agreement with what those two-phase numbers would be, subject to an additional 10% increase above what the estimate is. There was some discussion, I think I know who probably brought it up, but just in regards to monuments on the roadway and a requirement for granite monuments throughout on PCs, PTs for the roadway, as well as intersections with the property lines, and also the location of the outside perimeter of the subdivision with those granite monuments. That's something that if it's necessary for, you know, public acceptance, then, and it's been customary for the town to require all granite monuments throughout, then if that's the standard, then that's what we'll comply with. I know sometimes it's been advantageous to kind of mix it up and do, you know, granites, you know, throughout some of the roadway, and then some iron pins as well, maybe on one side of the road, but again, it's whatever is required, we'll do.
I have some thoughts on that, but we can talk about it later.
Yep. And then just for the boards, we did reach out to the local snowmobile club, talk to the president there, so there's some meetings planned to just talk about how this network might be connected in through here. I know there's some other things going on with some other adjacent properties, so the rerouting may likely take, it might include more land than just this open space lot. But we wanted to just assure the board that we're working with the Stonewood Boat Club. We don't have any intentions on cutting off access or limiting access. And
Have you heard from the land trust? They reached out to me and I directed them to you and
Yep.
staff.
Yep, yeah, they had reached out, just said that they have
Okay.
some interest in this land. I know there's a whole process that they go through
Yeah,
to
there
vet
is.
out.
Yeah.
And, yeah, to the
But they
extent,
wouldn't really do anything until this is fully approved, probably, I mean.
yeah, generally
They're not
speaking.
gonna spend time and effort if it's not approved. I don't
Yeah, yeah, I think they, once you have a project where there is open space that is to be dedicated and it's a done deal, then they'll go through their process as to whether or not they feel it'd be advantageous to them to own and manage it, and if there is. So they've expressed interest to start those conversations.
And they work with the snowmobile club too, so.
Yep.
Kind of that way.
You talking about like the Presumpscot Land Trust?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep, so they did have an interest in this land, and we'll definitely talk to them about it and
Open
see.
space part of the lot volume on a subdivision like this, so each one of those lots owns a percentage of that open space?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be that they would not be sold to the land trust. It would be managed by
An
the land
easement
trust.
over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, yeah, and the homeowners association.
More of
would
an
have to agree to
overlay
that.
than a takeover.
Yeah, I think there's provisions within the HOA document which talks about ownership, because it could be conveyed to the town, it could be conveyed to a land trust, could be managed in common and owned by the HOA exclusively. So there's multiple options, and I think it's generally at the discretion of the declarant what direction they want to go. But they certainly, the owners of the lots won't lose their rights to use the land. It's just a matter of, it might get managed by another entity if they choose to go that route, so.
And the whole entire public, Standish, can use it also, correct?
Right, yeah, I think that was something we had talked about as far as the HOA having rights over it, and then just public access in general. So, yeah, it's all, the information's outlined in the draft documents that I think we've had the town attorney review it and some suggested edits, so. And then there was another item that we had just worked through staff and the third-party review engineer on, was just a question that came up, again, about the site distance and the standards that are in the ordinance about the site distance. So just to kind of summarize a little bit of that, there's an appendix in the local land use ordinance, which references the 1990 methodology of how site distance was measured by the DOT, and that was kind of standard practice in the 90s to require 10 feet of site distance per mile per hour of posted speed limit. So it was just a linear way to do it based on the speed limit. So that would have put, if it's 35 miles an hour, it's 350. If it's 50 miles an hour, it's 500. So it's just a simple linear math. Since then, the last 20 years or so, the DOT has looked at kind of a new way of measuring site distance, which is more based on studies and things that they've looked at. It's a combination of, AASHTO and FHWA and different agencies, and then obviously DOT does their own studies because they want site distance measured and applied based on, Maine climate, winter conditions, everything that we're dealing with up here.
Hills.
Yep, all those things. So that all goes into account, so then DOT has their formula as to how to measure site distance, and it's been, utilized for a long time. So that's the formula that, we had used to compare the site distance with when we did the study. The traffic engineer utilized that. The Public Works Director at the time, that's what we used when we talked about site distance. The peer review, third-party engineers, felt that current DOT methodology for measuring site distance was safe and appropriate, and that's what DOT would use if we were to go to them and ask for permission to put in these 2 driveways. They would utilize that 425 feet of site distance as the minimum requirement for compliance. So we went through that effort and worked with the peer review engineer on that, and that's just kind of a breakdown explanation as to kind of where we're at with that discussion. So bottom line is it meets the safety requirements that DOT would administer in this area, and there's no, between us and the peer review engineers and the traffic engineers, we're all in agreement that what we've proposed meets the safety requirements.
Can I comment on some of that, Dustin?
Sure.
I'm really in favor of this project. I like the layout of it. I think you've done a nice job incorporating the connector road like we wanted and the easement and putting the lots together. But I think when we were all in the room talking about it and we listened to the people that live in that area, we all were concerned about that site distance. And one thing I didn't have in my code book, but I found online, is that in our specific code, we have the 10 feet per mile per hour as the standard, the local standard that's in our code. And I checked with some other towns, and that's not an uncommon requirement. I checked with Falmouth, that's not an uncommon requirement. That's in some of their subdivisions. So this was, the date on this, you were talking about 1990. The date that I see on this was 2006. And when I looked at the DOT requirements, what I'm seeing is the minimum allowable site distance for places outside an urban compact area might be 425, but DOT may require up to 50% greater site distances when at least 30% of the traffic may be larger vehicles. Now, a couple of things that jump out at me when I read that is that this is inside an urban compact area. So that to me says that the density is a little bit greater, there might be more traffic. And we also know that we're very close to this building that has emergency vehicles. We have the loggers down the street. There's, between our ordinance and looking at this minimum requirement and hearing from the people that live there, I'm thinking a couple of things. There's got to be a way to make this all work so that, you can still have your project, but we still have safety that is a concern. And we talked a little bit briefly about having maybe a one-way in or out, primarily being maybe Woodbury Lane and having Easterly Lane as you're leaving be a right turn only. Or another suggestion, we know that there's a lot of open space off Northeast Road, and that's only going to be developed as time goes on. I mean, this project is for now, but there's going to be more projects coming. I have to imagine that it won't be all that long before the town is going to want to consider reducing the speed limit on that stretch. We have the new soccer fields that are going to be built at the top of the hill. I'm just trying to think a little outside the box to see how we can still make this work, but pay attention to the significant safety factor that we've heard, that I've witnessed, and I've heard all the residents talk about. I mean, when I came over that hill and I saw Mr. Woodbury almost getting totally cleaned out at the end of his driveway, I can't get that image out of my head. So I can't just waive this piece of paper that's in our code. I don't think we can, as a board, waive what's in our code. It would have to go back to the council for them to change the code, but that is a part of our code that says 10 feet per mile per hour. But I am totally open to finding a workable solution, whatever that might be. Rearranging the traffic pattern, requesting a reduced speed for that zone.
I don't believe the applicant can make that request from DOT. I believe the town council has to. Am I right in that? Or the public
Change-
works director?
Change the speed limit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't, that would have to come from a variety of
Municipality,
entities.
I think.
But I mean, like a short-term and a long-term solution. A short-term, maybe having, figuring how the traffic is gonna go in and out of that subdivision, and the long-term, looking at possibly getting the speed limit reduced. We're gonna have a light at the end of at the bottom of the hill. I don't know how that's gonna affect traffic backing up. I mean, I don't know some of these things, but I do know when we voted conditionally to approve it, I'll speak for myself, I was very concerned about the site distance. And then, after seeing this in my own code book, or seeing it online, not having it part of my code book, but now I do, I know I can't vote for that modification, even though I want to approve this project. So I'm just trying to figure out a way to make it work. And I need your help on that, trying to figure out a different traffic pattern or something. Having the bottom entrance being emergency vehicles only, I don't know. I'm just putting that out there, looking for other ideas.
Do you have the site plan, the site distances on the plans?
I know they were in the traffic memos. They may be in a note on a plan, but
Especially when I found out that the 10 feet per mile per hour is a pretty common standard. And I don't know, Patrick, you're a civil engineer. I don't know if you can speak to that or not, but
I would agree. I was just going to vote no tonight because that's what they presented. And although the DOT says that's okay, we have other information as far as that being unsafe. But I like your idea better instead of just saying no to the whole thing, because I love the connections and making it more natural. But I was just going to say no. But it'd be better if we could get the slower speed limit done, because I think if the speed limit was slower, that's my whole issue. Coming that fast with a big semi-truck over the top of that hill and trying to slow down before they cream somebody. That, and in the wintertime, the hill's still there. When it gets too icy or whatever, it's going to make a mess. So I was just going to say no to the whole thing. But if there's some way we can either get the speed limit slowed down or and like you said, temporarily make a better pattern to get in and out, and then at the same time just work on getting that speed limit down to 35. I mean, you go through Cumberland, try driving on, that road that 25 miles an hour all the way from Cumberland Center out to the freeway, so. And that's had a lot of stuff built up there too, so more housing developments, and they have that slow speed limit.
as far as signage on the road goes, if you're talking about limiting exit movements, that's something that, as far as that goes, I think that's up to, if it's going to be a public road, that would be up to the town as far as whether they wanted to restrict movements coming in or out of either one of these roadways. think, we investigated at the start of the project about just having the one entrance, because we basically have a big looped road coming in through here. It wasn't necessary to have a second entrance if you're just looking at the ordinance and say, do we need a waiver, do we not need a waiver? We looked at ways that we could design this project to have looped roads and everything so that we could have potentially one entrance, and then it was discussed that it would be advantageous to have the two entrances for a number of different reasons. So we kind of had that discussion early on, knowing that we clearly met the site distance that DOT requires. And, at the time, we didn't even know that this appendix was something that we had to look at, because it's not in the ordinance, it's referenced in the ordinance, and it's not even, like you said, in your printed ordinances. It's something you had to go and find. So I apologize for not, having it at the forefront from the beginning. But again, we were all, the engineers that reviewed this on behalf of the town, looking out for the town's interest. They work in all kinds of different towns, and they felt comfortable signing off on these entrances. Our traffic engineer that we hired felt comfortable. I feel comfortable being the one that stamps the plan and is responsible for proposing these driveway entrances onto 35. So us being the responsible party, I'm comfortable with it. And we've spent a lot of times, I think some of the residents out there could probably attest, they've seen me out there quite a bit, looking at this and staking it out and looking at it again and bringing all the different entities out to look at it. And so far, other than us just pointing at this standard saying we don't meet it, all the professionals that have been involved that look at this all the time and are educated specifically in traffic management have all said it's okay.
I'm not hearing that there's a solution to the problem. Like, we have this, but, maybe we do this or that, but we can't, I'm not hearing I don't hear there's a true alternative. Is that right? Like,
There's no,
we can't change the speed limit.
no, the state has to do that.
Right, and everything I've heard from other towns trying to do that it's very difficult to do, extremely difficult. We can't make one-way streets, so I don't know. It doesn't sound like we have any other option.
There's no issues going northeast towards the lake. Got all kinds of sight distance that way, right?
Correct.
All the way to the bottom of the hill, to the end of Doobie Farms.
At both entrances? Or just?
Yeah, going towards the lake, there's no issues. Pull up to the intersection on either one of the roads, Eastern or Woodbury, looking to the right, you can see all the way down beyond Doobie Orchard, I
But
think.
if you're taking a right, then you don't really, it doesn't really matter.
You can't see all the way to the orchard.
The crest of the hill limits some of the sight distance
Looking to the
from
left.
Woodbury Lane, but that one does meet the ordinance requirements in that it's a grandfathered right of way. Like that's a safe, that is a access point that the ordinance allows.
Yeah,
In
the crest
Eastern,
of the
we've got
hill,
450.
And the eastern, going down the hill is good. Going up the hill is the one that's 425.
right, so it's the eastern lane entrance looking left, back up the
From
hill.
Woodbury, you can see.
Eastern
From
lane.
Woodbury, you have the 450 right and left. The eastern Ave, you're in the,
If you're taking a left out of Eastern Lane, that's,
if you're looking left, the sight distance is above the 425,
because you're
but
looking
less
up
than
the
the
hill.
450, because you're looking at the hill cresting that
We
way.
could make a condition of approval of pulling out of Eastern, it's right turn only, and allow them to turn in.
Because we can make a sign there that just says right turn only,
Oh,
so
we
people
can't
are
do
pulling
that.
into
Okay,
traffic.
that's what
We can do
that's what I
that.
was,
Right,
that's what I was
That could
asking,
be a condition
like,
of approval, and then that resolves that.
yeah, I
Cost of a sign's pretty inexpensive to get this going, I think.
Andrew, I'm
That
that
can-
something
And
you were
that's something that the
thinking of?
town could change in the future if it wanted to, if there was a reason to, if the speed
Lower the
limit got
speed limit
reduced. We haven't drastically
what you were
changed the entrance to
Thinking about it.
difficult to move.
State ever rebuilds that road?
So you
Change.
can go in and you can
Yeah,
go
I know
out,
it can go
but
out. I just didn't
but-
know if cars coming in, if,
oh, if someone is taking a left into Eastern. I was thinking of all the cars going out. But then their sight distance, if you're turning into,
yeah, so,
would be the same
yeah,
as
so
if you were turning out.
if you have to hesitate at all turning in, taking a right-hand turn into Eastern Lane, and you have cars coming over, and anybody had to stop for whatever reason, again, you have that,
That's an
They're
enforcement.
they're on a hill too, right?
and you're on a hill, you know?
Okay, all right.
Um,
Can't do anything about the hill.
The right turn only eliminates the sight distance issue
Going out,
going out.
going out.
There's no sight distance requirement coming up. You'll be able to see 425 or 450 feet down Easton or Woodbury.
Well, it would be nice if they were if you were coming down Northeast Road from the school, say, that you turned in the first one versus the second entry, because if, you know, you do have an emergency vehicle, or you do have the logging trucks, I'm just thinking, you don't have any distance, and if anybody had to stop, you know, some people, they have their blinker on, and you think they're gonna turn, and all of a sudden, they just wait and wait and wait, and then they turn. I'm just thinking that,
I mean, you could restrict entrance into that eastern lane, so as people are coming up, you're not allowed to enter eastern lane. You always enter the site on Woodbury.
I would be fine with that.
I would too, and that would get that away from that 10 feet from that guy's porch, right?
No, that's Woodbury.
That's what, yeah,
Yeah, but I mean, at least then, and if the speed limit did go
Then you just pull
down,
the
or
sign.
then you can do that. But I just think there has to be something in place to make it safer.
So I mean, to be clear, I'm part of the people in favor of, I think this is a reasonable request. So just to put that out there to start with, I think it's a reasonable request. The board absolutely has the jurisdiction to grant this request if it wishes. And that's where we're at in terms of what we can do, what I think the board.
Waiver on the distance down to 425.
Right. So that's clear, we definitely can do that. We have previous town attorney opinions that the elements of this attachment specifically are elements that the board has the ability to waive under the waiver standards of the subdivision approvals. So that is something we're allowed to do. I'm not just, so we're on the same page. My only issue with the restriction of signs is the main problem is pulling out of Eastern Lane. And if you're taking a right turn, you still have the problem of knowing whether you, if we're going to say that sight distance is an issue, which again, I think is debatable. When you're pulling out, you're looking to see that you have a safe space in the flow of traffic to pull into. So you're looking to the left to pull right into the flow of traffic, to see who's coming toward you. And that way, the people coming at you, if you pull out, they need to be able to know that they have time to stop before they run into you pulling into the road. So that's what you're evaluating with your sight distance is the traffic coming at you. So I don't think a right turn only is going to change the concern, because the major concern is pulling out into that and people coming over the hill. Like, being able to gauge you have a proper safe distance between cars. So, like I say, again, I think the 425 is an acceptable standard.
So when you say that, Scott, this is what I hear. That we have a standard that's part of our code that has to do with safety.
That is outdated.
You say that it's outdated, but I've checked with other towns that still use that standard.
Yes, and they are also outdated.
Well, except that that's something that's still in
If they
use.
choose they want to use that, they can, and we
And
have
when
all the
I,
rules. If the board
and
doesn't
when
want to
I
waive it, they don't have to.
when I read the
Saying they can.
DOT, it says minimum allowable distance outside an urban compact area, which this is not outside an urban compact area. And I also hear from the residents saying that they're very concerned about safety, and I've witnessed it myself. So although you say, oh, I'm comfortable, I'm not comfortable.
And I'm not dictating your feelings. I'm just saying that as staff, I'm in a position to offer recommendation.
And the reason it says outside the urban compact area is no other reason other than they don't regulate inside the compact area. So they write that standard because DOT only issues permits outside of an urban compact area. So that's why they say that. So inside an urban compact area, it's whatever the town decides they want to do. So they
And
could-
that's what we have
right,
inside.
But they could have lesser standards if they wanted. And
But this is what we have.
Yep. And it's, there's been instances, I mean, that DOT waives site entrance standards. We go through the process with them. But the goal of the DOT is, that they want to meet these standards. In instances where you don't, they go out and they make site-specific, determination. And, they issue driveway entrance permits that don't meet site distance or driveway separation requirements based on the overall need of the project and just saying that it's a better solution. So I think there's one discussion about, are we doing the best that we can, and is it a safe condition? The discussion that this is a town standard and we just can't talk about it, I think we can talk about it, and I think we can talk about it in the context of, what does the state, where this is coming out onto a state road, would the DOT issue a permit in this circumstance?
This is the last I'll say on this, is that nobody knows that area better than the people who have lived there for 20 and 30, 40 years. And so which way am I going to err? I'm going to take their word for it. I'm going to say, you folks see it all the time. So I guess this is where I come down, and I'm only one vote. I'm not going to vote for the waiver. I am in favor of the project. If we can find a workaround, I'm all in.
Yeah, and I've put a couple on the table about signage, and I know Scott has mentioned the potential issue with a right turnout only, not mitigating for, rear-end type accidents.
Another idea, I don't know how this one is, but we are thinking about this, and another one is to have not a road, but just dirt from like Lot 1 to the street, so that eventually, when it is a safe condition, if the traffic is slower, then it's created to an entrance and exit, and before that, it's only one up above. I mean, I'm just trying to think of a way to make it work. But I can't, with everything that I heard from the people that live right there, knowing that safety is such an issue, I need a different solution to go for this, even though I'm all in on the rest of the project.
It would be different too if you had some leeway when you come down the hill and it's icy and then you see the car and you want to try to stop and you can use the side of the road a little bit, but if you go to use the side of the road there, you're just going to flip over because it's a big ditch.
Right.
Yeah, and just thinking out loud about some of the other solutions, I mean, there's, different types of like flashing beacons and things like that you can put in that puts people on notice that there's a driveway entrance. They're solar powered. They tend to be nuisances for the people who live next to them. They don't like the flashing lights all the time, every time somebody's coming and going. So again, there's trade-offs there. But there's a potential where you could do something at the top of the hill where, when it just lets people know when people are coming and going. It's just going to flash often. Usually you see them for pedestrian crossings because you don't see as much traffic, people crossing the road. but there's some things like that that you could do, just more, we could put signs up, you know, just indicating that, you know, it's, I mean, the blind driveways are technically those ones that, you know, really don't have the sight distance, and they're truly blind driveways. These ones will have, you know, anticipated, you know, you'll be able to see the vehicles as you're coming over the hill.
Charlie, I don't know if we want to get any public comment about any of this?
Not yet, but we
Not
will.
yet? Okay.
The applicant still has the podium, so.
Yep. I think I've covered most of the bullets that were here that Scott and I have discussed up to date. So I guess at this point, if we want to turn it back over to the board, if you have any other questions other than the traffic
Scott,
that we
did you
talked
want to add anything at this point?
I think we covered my thoughts on the site distance there. You've got the town engineer's response to it. I asked them to explicitly address this issue. You have their writing. The other new things that the board has to determine as part of final approval are the performance guarantee. There's those numbers in your memo. The construction estimates were deemed reasonable by the engineer, so then the 10% as required by the ordinance gives us that buffer for inflation that, again, the town engineer, I think, didn't look at the 10% because that's we just passed that like a month and a half ago. But that addresses his comments about revisiting costs. I think that's what the 10% is for. So we're good on performance guarantee amounts. We have a capital impact fee amount that the town engineers signed off on. And like Justin said, the HOA documents were submitted to town attorney and reviewed, so there's no issues there. And there's a laundry list of mostly boilerplate conditions at the end, mostly about review and setting up a pre-construction meeting with the contractors and the public works and code officer to make sure that everything that should this get approved, everything we approve, all the conditions are known and reviewed. Let's see, the last thing was just streetlights. The ordinance requires a street light at the new intersections with the road. So that's either got to be built or they can pay the town to build it, but
Sure.
generally I recommend that you build it. It's easier for you, I think.
That's not a
where
problem.
the two roads come out onto Northeast Road.
Right. That each of the new intersections with Northeast Road would need a street light.
But not the internal roads?
That's not how I read it, no.
Did we ever get anything, third-party review on the surface waters and the stormwater? In your memo, it says we were waiting for third-party review. Actually, review of Dustin's comments back to them, I think.
Yeah, we had everything wrapped up for the preliminary, and then nothing has changed significantly from DEP, so for the stormwater, we should be all set on.
So we have the third-party review on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry if that's, yeah. Stormwater, we pretty much buttoned that up pending the DEP review. Again, this was submitted to town attorney, they reviewed it. Again, found that it largely hasn't changed since preliminary, so.
I did have a couple other questions.
You all done, Scott?
Yep.
Okay, turn it over to the board. You're on, Carolyn.
Well, on sheet 21 of 23, there's a cross-section of the footpath detail, but that's no longer an issue, right? Because we don't have the
21 of
footpath anymore?
23? Is that
Yeah,
the plans?
right.
That's the footpath that just details out basically like a meandering path in and around. It's not an actual constructed gravel footpath, so, you know, if that detail is still on there, then yeah, that can be removed.
Okay. And then the only other thing, I didn't really see, and I might have just missed it, but like what the street would look like as far as this, you know, we talked about having a sidewalk there, but I didn't know if there was any, what the sidewalk would look like, or if there's any trees or street trees. Is that?
It's on this same sheet, 21 of 23. It shows the sidewalk on the left-hand side of the two road sections.
It's incorporated into
Now,
the street
I believe-
cross-section.
Drop-offs.
John Cross said he didn't want the Esplanade because we don't have a sidewalk plow, but he can keep it plowed off with a wing on the truck.
So,
This way, curb and then sidewalk.
okay. And then on the
I
other
actually
side,
studied that, so I knew where that was.
well, see, okay, because I was trying to find it, but I guess I totally missed that. I'm on that same page. I still don't really see what I'm looking at.
I think this is what he's.
That's it?
Yeah, it's that real dark section
All
on
right,
the left
so-
side of the cross sections.
Okay, and so on the other side, the homeowner's side of the sidewalk, it's just a 2-foot grass shoulder,
So this is on the non-sidewalk side?
the non-street side
Behind
of the
the
sidewalk.
sidewalk, there's 2 feet of shoulder and then
Yeah,
it
but that,
drops
I mean,
off.
there's 2 feet of shoulder, and then it'll keep going to, into lawn area.
Yeah, but there's like no set trees, like,
There's a requirement to plant street trees, so, but that's basically, I think it's every 50 feet for the residential.
I think so.
So we just have a requirement to plant
okay,
street trees.
all right, that's all I'm after, yeah,
30 to 50 feet on center.
okay, thank you.
And do the plans have that on there, those
It's
details?
just a note on here, I think.
I
Yep.
can't see it.
It's in the general
Exact,
notes.
See some of
they
the
didn't put
notes.
out exact tree locations, but there's a note saying that trees
They
will be
will.
installed.
Okay, all right.
On one side of the street, on the side that has the sidewalk, or does
I
it
think
not?
it's both 50 feet, yeah,
Right.
that's,
There's no sense putting them in a ditch.
Well, I noticed there's a lot of riprap area. So we'd have to
So
somehow
behind the
fit
sidewalk
between.
makes the most
between it.
sense.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's when you walk and you need the shade.
It would make sense to have it on the sidewalk side, yes.
On both sides.
Talk about monuments?
sure.
All right. There's only a couple of them that I noticed that were missing on the road or appear to be missing. That's just a drafting thing, just need to be checked, put in. But we
Okay.
do have an ordinance to monument the perimeter of the subdivision, and that doesn't include existing monument. So if there's an iron in there capped by another surveyor, it's only in those corners where there's no current marker. And in the past, we've made the subdivisions put those in. If they're already marked, then you don't fall in that. I personally don't see any reason that we couldn't grant some kind of a waiver on the, I gotta get the overall one out here. To lug a monument half a mile out in the woods for those two big back corners. I think rebar's
I
out
think they
there.
got stone walls there too, so stone walls,
Yeah, it's just that,
problematic for
it's that easterly corner where there's nothing. The most furthest point on the other side of the brook, that top right-hand corner is the only one that's just like a long ways from anywhere, but there's a couple of other ones.
But it might not be a long ways, Charlie, once they start developing on the other sides of it. It's nice to have that big, clear stone marker in the middle of the different lots. You know what I mean? So somebody wants to do something on, up above there, and they want to know where the,
And then the other point is, I'm sure that all the neighbors don't want them to pull apart the stone walls to put granites or irons in. The back irons of the lot, I would suggest, and this is just a suggestion for everybody to think, is either a 2 or 3 foot offset on the property line with a detail or a note on the plan that the irons are set 3 feet from the corner or something like that.
similar to like what we do in waterfront
It'll
lots.
delineate the sidelines of the lot so people can get the houses and know where their lot lines are, instead of tearing those stone walls apart to put it in. Just a suggestion.
yeah, I didn't know what you meant. I thought you just had to have, why would the wall get taken at
Well,
all?
like,
Sorry.
from lots 34 to 49 on the bottom of the sheet right there, right now.
Okay.
There's a stone wall runs all the way along there.
Oh, okay.
So to tear that apart, to dig a hole, to put a monument in, or to tear it apart to drive a rebar in is quite intensive, and you're gonna
Oh.
lose the integrity of that wall.
Forget it.
So if you step into the subdivision by 2 to 3 feet on the property line and set a pin. It delineates the sidelines of the, you just gonna need to detail it on the plan somehow so that they know that those pins aren't on the corner, that they're 3 feet or 2 feet or whatever. I don't know how big that, is that a big wall?
I mean, some of them, if they start to
2 feet
fall over,
wide,
it gets a
3
little
feet
bit
wide.
wider, but, yeah.
I mean, it could be 5
I mean,
feet.
5 feet, you'd be safe, yeah.
I'm just trying to save the wall.
Well, we always want to save all the walls in town.
Well, I know, so that was my theory, is where there's a wall,
Use the,
come up with a note and show
Yeah.
them on the plan that, what's the applicant think of that?
I think it's smart. I think it'd be challenging, you know, we would probably be in here talking about that afterwards. The surveyor would come out and say, hey, this is what I did, and he'd tell us that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I mean, we have no provision in our ordinance for drill holes. It's either granite monuments or 3/4 inch iron pipe, 24 inches long, which is way out of. Nobody
More
uses
outdated
those anymore.
ordinances.
sorry, Charlie, I thought you were talking about the top right out.
Well, there is
where
one, the
it's
top
wet.
right-hand corner. That's the only one where there's no stone wall, and
That's what I was
then
talking.
the other corner is right down by the brook where there's no, so that would be, if you want to cross that top line, it's straight down, where's that? I can't read it, almost 600 feet. That one's not too far from the snowmobile trail.
Yep, I'm agreeable to the offsets. I think that's smart, and I think we can put a note on the plan.
I mean, it's the same on the other side, too,
Yeah.
on that northeast side. And then
Pretty much.
Too much
lots,
grassy slope.
is it 21 or 20 through 28? We show the building envelopes all the way to the back of the lot. Shouldn't they be cut off the way DEP recommended? Isn't there a cutoff on that in DEP's? They didn't want that, the below you, to be cut off either at your tree line or at the top of that steep slope.
I think we had some additional tree clearing there just to account for the fill slope on the back side of those lots. Because that very last plan sheet showed grading plans inside each of those lots. So I think we kept the clearing limits based on those grading
Yeah,
plans.
it was just the, I didn't have a trouble with the clearing limit. It was the building envelopes way at the back. I don't think anybody's gonna build down over the bottom of that slope anyways.
Yep.
And there was something in the DEP requirement to that effect.
Yeah, I read, I can't remember what it was I read now, but it was something in there.
I think that just needs to be adjusted to be in conformance with the DEP order. And there's no way to determine the size, location of the drainage easement at the corner of Eastern Lane and the access road going up to the treatment pond. I believe that's what that little line is an easement right there at the corner.
It is.
Need a couple of dimensions on there so that we know where it is. Or somebody can reconstruct it in the future.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have meets and bounds exhibits as well that go with all the easement.
And a number of the subdivisions we've done, we've required them to just monument one side of the road and use irons on the other side. I can think of at least 3, maybe 4 subdivisions we've done that. And a lot of the areas, if the monuments are gonna fall in the ditch lines, they get dug out the first time you maintain the ditches, so they've done no good to anybody. My theory, or suggestion, I guess, would be is that, such as the cross lane, there's a big ditch on the road, on the side towards Northeast Road, is that we allow them to put irons along that side.
That's fine with me.
You know, I mean, if you get this big ditch, and if you look at the grading on it, you'll find at the bottom of the ditch is right where the monuments are. That's called a target for an excavator. and they're cleaning those out. And I think it's the same along Eastern Lane, too, on the opposite side of the sidewalk.
the
A lot of
non-sidewalk
those
side.
monuments are gonna fall right in the center line of the ditches. I think Wildlands was one of them that we did monuments on one side of the road. Coldbrook Estates, I think maybe Brian Levitt's project, we did one side of the road. So, I mean, it's not creating anything, it's just we need to grant that waiver if we want to do it. And I think longevity, we have a better chance of keeping those in there.
As long as it's detailed, like what you're saying. and-
Yeah, they changed the plan to show the irons on the side where they got the ditches. And show the monuments on the other side.
Yep.
Some kind of I don't know if there's anything at the old cemetery lot, there's a jog in it. I don't know if there's anything at that other corner, if not, it needs to be marked. And then, as you're coming in Woodbury Lane, PC, there's nothing on the right-hand side, but that may end up being in the stone wall, so we don't want to disrupt that right there, and I think it just needs to be noted.
Yeah, just opposite, yeah, like Station 56,
Coming
where it
back
makes
into
that
the
turn.
stone wall there. I take it all the other drainage easements are 15 feet that run along the road? There was a few notes, but
Yep, yeah, they're all 15, both sides.
I kept on looking at that line and thinking it was the edge of the wetland.
Oh.
Utility easements for the transformers. I know CMP has a standard detail that shows both the pedestal for telephone and for, I don't see dimensioning them on the lots, and I'll tell you why, is because there's no guarantee by this developer that that's where CMP is gonna put it. But if we had a detail on the detail sheet, right out of CMP's manual,
Just showing the transformer inside.
10 by 10?
It's a
or
10 by
15 by
10.
15, and it.
10 by
just
10
a
for single
typical,
phase.
And it's centered on the CMP transformer, if I remember rightly.
It is.
So just add that detail to the detail sheet and put a note on there that all utility easements for those transformers will be in conformance with the detail shown on whatever detail sheet you put it on. And that covers that, so we don't have a whole bunch of little bearings and distances all through the site that CMP may not even put the transformer there. Correct me, but you've got to have a contract with CMP before they'll even come out and look at it, right?
Yeah, they'll give us, well, they've given us a 905 drawing, but it dictates kind of the location of where each of those go, but that's not to mean that they won't make
Field
field
guy gets out
adjustments
there
as
with
well,
his big
yeah,
3-foot stake, it may change.
exactly.
Can we talk about the ditches a little bit?
Yep.
So I know right now there's a lot of riprap. But typically what happens with riprap is after a season, all of a sudden you get these really tall weeds grow up. It really looks like hell. Is there any way we can have the fabric put in instead of riprap? So you still get the drainage and grass, but that's much more manageable for a homeowner to maintain versus you can't. It's hard to weed whack or even mow the riprap, but if you have that fabric, you can get in there and still clean that up a little bit. It's much
So for the
easier.
fabric, yeah, we put fabric under the riprap when we,
But you can
Put it in the
pass it
ditches.
afterwards.
so there's,
The issue is, anything over 5%, you gotta have something to slow that water down, or it's just gonna wash out. It's gonna be like Northeast Road out there, because that's more than 5%.
yeah, we're trying to
Every
avoid
time
like
it
the
rains
mud
heavy,
channels.
as the neighbors can tell you, it just washes out over there. So you've got to
That's a lot
do
of sand.
something, irregular rock or something to slow the velocity of that water down, or it's just going to wash out.
Yeah, well.
Less than 5%, you can probably grass in, I'm going to guess, and make it
Yeah.
stay.
Well, I mean, along Northeast, it's the dirt, not the grass, that gets washed out and goes down the road. It's the shoulder.
It's-
So, anyway, I'm just saying that riprap, you see it on any streetscape, it just looks messy, it looks awful. If I were buying the home, that lot, I would not want riprap there. I'd like it to be something that I can take care of and manage and have it look presentable.
It's very industrial looking. And it's okay to have a little bit of it, like around drains and stuff.
Yeah,
me,
and that's,
Right.
and that's
you know.
tends what we do is just put it in the bottom of the
But,
slope.
I wish it was actually on this, the full map, because it's on these small sections and it's hard to
It's hard
tell.
to see
It's hard
exactly.
to tell how long they are. I guess if we cut them out and we taped them together, we would see it, but there seems to be a lot of.
Yeah, I think we used around like 6% as our cutoff grade, so as Charlie said, sometimes we even do 5%, but that was getting excessive in some of these areas, so we omitted it in some of the road sections, like, for instance, on Woodbury Lane, you
Yeah.
know, around Station 60.
Yep.
We've got a little over 5% slope there, and we've just got the aprons at the end of the pipes, and we did limit it in some of those areas to go down to and, you know, it's probably shown a little wider than it needs to be installed down at the base of these channels. The channels are deep enough that we can pretty much just line the bottoms, and we don't have to take it all the way up the sides.
Soil
Appreciate
conditions
that.
out there, the tills,
Yeah,
mostly a till, so that's that real fine powdery friable stuff with a lot of rocks. That'll wash real good. That doesn't stay in place.
no.
Charlie,
I understand it anyways. Yes, Frank?
are we done with this topic? Were we done with what you were saying?
I'm all done. I've
Okay.
gone through my list here.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. I have a couple comments. In general, I'm fine with the reduced site distance number of 425, not because I know better, I don't, but because of enough engineering analysis has gone on to satisfy me that it is safe. Now, with that said, I do believe that there is a solution with signage to make other people feel better about the safety aspect. There's an example that I'll give on 237, as you go in towards Little Falls School. There is a lighted sign that comes on. I think it comes on dependent upon the traffic going in and out of the school, out of Little Falls School. Now granted, it's a 35-mile-an-hour zone there, it's not 45, but it is there to let folks know that are traveling up 237, either direction, actually, that you need to proceed with extra caution. Now, I can't say people are gonna do that, I don't know that, but it's there for that. I believe the 425-foot number is not something that has been fabricated. In my view, there's been precedent and engineering analysis around that number. So I, as a planning board member, don't think I know better to challenge the number to be 450. So for those reasons, I'm fine with that number, but I do believe that there could be, or there is signage that would help get the attention of the people going in either direction on Northeast Road to hopefully slow down. It's the same thing if we change the speed limit. People have to hopefully still slow down and follow the speed limit. But a blinking yellow light that indicates, like on Little Falls, the traffic going in and out of Little Falls School, because that school is set, I don't know how many hundreds of feet back from 237, that it's there to say, hey, slow down, there's additional traffic going in and out. I mean, my whole point is, I think there's a solution to listen to the people that live there and do something as opposed to nothing and just go with the engineering analysis. I think that signage would help make the difference. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. And why?
Deb, you want to add anything else?
I just want to ask a general question about subdivisions, but that I just, still to this day, I do not understand. 18192, land not suitable for development. The board shall not approve shall approve such portions of any proposed subdivision that A4 are determined to be freshwater wetlands, wetlands associated great ponds, or rivers, or forested wetlands. And then that number B, in no instance shall the board approve any part of a subdivision located on filled wetlands or filled or drained great ponds. I don't understand what that means, because
Which one are you reading from?
18192. So I just don't understand how, when we see lots and subdivisions or roads that have the DEP permit, you know, to fill in wetlands up to whatever it is, how does that comport with what 18192, number 4, A4 and B says?
I have read that as, in terms of lots that are created in a subdivision need to have dry, buildable places for the units in the subdivision. Now, that may be I think that does sound narrow to what the words there are, but I think the intention is that this dovetails with our net residential calculations that remove buildable land from non-buildable land, and that we need to show that you're not filling land to create this places for these units. It's almost impossible to build on most of the land in town without any impact to a wetland. So, in terms of stream crossings and other state, like, legally permitted wetlands crossings, it's hard to say that that's completely impossible.
But it says, in no instance shall the board approve any part of a subdivision
I know.
located on filled wetlands. So
And-
are we supposed to follow these or not?
And I think we try to follow them to the best of our ability, and that's, like I said, that is the interpretation that I have taken of that, given that this board and this town has approved subdivisions with wetland
Set
filling
precedent.
it for as long as we've had an ordinance.
That's for sure.
Well,
For as long as we've been
did you do
approving
something the
subdivisions.
wrong way for forever? Do you just keep doing it, or? Thank you. That answers my question about that.
That's another one of those areas that could stand a little bit of a tweak.
There are many.
And so now we understand that no part or improvements or no lots are going to be sold before all of the improvements are completely done. We're not going to pass out building permits in subdivisions that have dirt roads.
Right, that is
In
the
excess
recent
amount of
changes
them.
the council passed, January or February, that building permits are not issued for a phase in the development until substantial public improvements have been installed, yes.
So all the developers in our town now know that this is the law now. Okay.
Andrew, anything else?
Where would the phases be?
So essentially, I think we've
Three.
kind of listed what they are, but Woodbury Lane in its entirety is essentially a phase. So, and then Eastern Lane would be a second phase.
Okay, 2 phases. That's it.
Crossover will be done with Eastern?
Yeah, so, we'll have Woodbury and then the stormwater ponds and then, so Cross Lane, that's what you're saying, yeah. So Cross Lane would be built with Eastern.
Board, all right if we open it up to the public now? All right. Anybody wishing to to speak from the public, if you just step to the podium, give us your name and your concerns, pros for this project.
My name's Robert Lancaster, and I've had the Hillcrest Farm at the top of the hill, which was right in the middle of it. I'm not against the development. I'm against the issues that we've raised here tonight, which are safety concerns. I get to see buses stopping to pick up the kids at Walkers. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 buses a day going either way. And you saw 2 buses stopped at once, which is not usual. My concern is the safety. You know, you're going to have people building houses. Average home has 2 kids, 2 cars. And if they're bringing the kids all the way out to get the bus in the morning, your roads, both sides, unless the school system designates one pickup, are going to be backed up with cars dropping their kids off. My thought, in listening to everybody's concerns for safety, you know, flashing lights, you know, speed limits, there have been numerous opportunities and issues through the year to try to change, and DOT has not been willing to change the speed limit. Thought, is it Crossroad, which is, I can't see with or without my glasses, the crossing road there behind those 6 lots?
Yes, the dark green swath.
Yeah. Move it right up to the back of my property. You can substitute that footage with the lots so that the buses can turn in, go down the end of the property, turn left. That's where your pickup's gonna be. It's more accessible for the kids, for the families, and safer for the community. They turn out and they come down and they go onto Easton Road and come out onto Northeast, you know. That's a thought that I have, and it's purely based on safety. I don't want to hear screeching tires, and, well, I did see Herbert get creamed twice going into his driveway, but it is coming over that hill. Coming up the hill, you can't see, you know, you measure, what is it, 425? And I noticed that when you were there that day, you put a stake up down over the hill and then put an addition on it. And you're gonna raise the road as it meets Northeast, or? Slightly. Okay, it's get washed out. It's such a, that hill is such a drainage mess. You know, I spent a week and a half pumping water out of my cellar this last storm. You know, the gullies on either side are anywhere from 1 foot to 1.5 foot deep right now, so it's going to be difficult for the town to maintain. But the safety feature, let's take the bus off the road. Take the bus off the road to pick the kids up. Down back, as you go down over the hill, down back by the big oak tree, Dustin, there's always a standing water. Is that going to be drainage, or is it going to be filled in?
Yeah, so I guess where that area is.
As you're going down the road, there's the big oak tree and the stone wall, and you go probably 30 yards further, it goes down that hill. There's always standing water there. I don't know.
The wood shop is over the years, there's an existing tilt road in the low point.
Yeah,
Can you step to the podium, Ken?
I'll address that when we get up there.
okay. Let's see. The other thing is the 1990 ruling, that ordinance that we have on the books. I question whether, you know, we talk about rules, quasi-laws that we have to abide by. We haven't stayed up to date. It's recognizable, but I would suggest that in our litigious society, that somebody might grasp onto that. You know, if there's an accident, an injury, that somebody's gonna say the town knowingly violated their own ordinance. can we change that ordinance so they can be successful? You know, I think so. Blasting, you're gonna move, what, 300 cubic yards or less? Is that it? Is it gonna be that first shelf right there as you go down the road where they've set up?
I think it's spotty throughout.
Spotty?
We can't hear him.
I'm all set.
You're all set?
Yeah.
Anthony Folsom, 85 Dolph Road. I know we're not supposed to be repetitive, but my concerns is the school bus too. No one's heard anything said about when a bus stops, the distance of the bus, like going down over the hill, there's 40 feet. You have 3 or 4 cars behind that. Now we're halfway down over the hill of the 450 feet of sightway. You're putting kids right in the road of danger. That's probably at least 6, if not 8 times a day that those kids are going to be in jeopardy of an accident. And for you guys to go ahead with this plan and have someone, if that was my grandkids, my family gonna buy a piece of that land, I would not want my grandkids getting on the bus out there. And if something does really happen, oh, well, I guess we should have thought about it. Safety is the biggest concern about this, of kids getting on that development, and I hope we really think about it. Thank you.
I can answer that a little bit. The road I live on is off from Chadbourne Road, the other end of it. And the school bus goes up there every day.
Okay,
They turn and they get off from Chadbourne Road for that same reason.
okay.
The opportunity to get off from that busy road, they turn in, they pick the kids up, and then they turn back out.
So what I'm thinking is,
But that's entirely up to the school board. That's, we
yeah.
have no
Well,
jurisdiction on
if
that.
we're putting our kids in danger by giving this approval of this project, then it comes back on the, I would say, come back on the person that's doing the project in the planning board, in my opinion. Just saying, you're the one okaying, putting kids in danger out there on that road, and at least 6 times a day. And now traffic is busier now than ever. When they made rules back in 1990, 2004, the traffic has increased by twice, if not 3 times the amount. And we're putting these kids in danger, and we should really think about that.
Anyone else like to speak?
Murray Hill, Wildridge Road. I am in a butter. I guess I'm just concerned about safety. I don't want to, be redundant. But I think what I haven't heard, I'm not quite sure, because, and I apologize for being a little bit late. I'm not quite sure how the safety issue for those 2 entrances or exits has been resolved. There was some question about whether or not we're following the town's ordinance versus DOT's. It seemed like, Standish's ordinance was a bit stricter. It's probably not an ordinance, but a regulation in terms of sighting of the entrances, how far they could be seen, et cetera, to be safe. So could you tell me how that's been?
The board has not deliberated on that yet. That's still undecided at this point.
Okay, all right, so that's, then my final comment is thinking about how the climate is changing. I know some people don't want to think about that, but when we're talking about drainage issues on that road, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it's just going to be, a continual recipe for disaster. So in terms of drainage and uncontrolled runoff, et cetera, et cetera. So, that's something that I'm sure, the developer is trying to think about, but I think the town also has to think about that and be forward-thinking. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ken?
My name is Ken Grondin. I'm a co-developer of the project. Thank you for your time tonight. I took down some notes of your concerns and other people's concerns too, and I'll just go through them quickly. Deb had some comments on tree clearing. We painstakingly do our own survey work to mark out the tree clearing limits. We don't let the smaller lot contractors do any tree clearing. We use a GPS and put them real tight and police, for lack of a better word, that easement between each lot because of two reasons. It looks good, and we don't have to buy as many street trees. If all the trees were cut and we didn't have any street trees, then we would have to buy them. So we retain, all the trees we can in those buffers, and sometimes more if it's a good quality, nice-looking aesthetically tree. So that's one comment on that, and that's a good point. Public access to the open areas, we did talk to the Land Trust, and, we're working with them. We're open-minded to turn it over to them when we're done. The Snowmobile Club, we talked with them as well. We'll be working with them on that, and he said when we're on site, he'll come back and we'll walk it. And he's got a conceptual layout of the snowmobile trail now, but you go through and again, you jog around aesthetics that are there, trees and mossy colored rocks, stone walls, and you want a good looking trail, and we understand it. Good, on the granite monuments on the walls, Charlie, if one falls if one of the monuments or rebar falls on one of those walls, we can take part of the wall and put a longer rebar in so it's flush with top of the wall and eliminate any work on those walls and offsets if possible. We don't want to do that. I think there's room for error when the more offsets that the public landowner, the homeowner has. So the less room for error if we do that, which is good. Bob Lancaster's idea or point on the trail, there's an existing trail there that the wood choppers over the years have pounded out, a wet spot that's seasonally wet. Does probably dry up sometimes, but for the most part, it does see some water. We're going to fill that in. The wood choppers would be using that road to drag out the wood, so we're going to put a temporary culvert in that if it's needed when we do that work. Last meeting, after the meeting, I talked with 5 different people that I said I would meet, neighbors that were concerned about different things with the project, and I still have that list, but I was waiting for approval, so, we're talking about something real. So I'm still going to follow up on that. I have all your numbers. School bus stop's a good comment. I'll work with anyone to try and find a good solution. I think if, the cross street might be a good spot. That's logical. Lastly, the site distance, I think there is common ground there. I got a few different ideas on that. I live in Wyndham off a road off 302, and one thing I've noticed since we moved there in 2 years is when you're moving along and you see where you have to turn, you slow down but keep moving and try and time it to get between staggered traffic. So site distance helps you. I think the 2 entrances is a good thing, because if you have a truck behind you coming up on you, you have the ability to take the next exit instead and have your blinker on longer. So I think the one-way thing respectfully is not a good idea, because if you have two ends with moving traffic, that's dangerous. I think that's a good safe practice to do. Signage, I'm open-minded to a blinking light, being put, a blinking flash, what's the speed limit sign with a solar panel on it or something they're effective, they work good. Solar technology's come a long way, and I'm open-minded. I'll help fund that or something, but I'd like to reach that common ground that you guys talked about. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Dan Foster. I am a butter. I live at 319 Northeast Road. Right where the Woodbury Lane comes in, it's 10 feet from my porch. Am I going to be allowed to ask somebody to put up a fence for me, a solid fence? Or is the road going to be like right there, 10 feet from my porch? Because the edge of the right-of-way cuts right through my horseshoe pit that's been there, and I don't know who has jurisdiction. Has the right-of-way been there since before my porch was built? Is there a certain distance from the edge of the road?
How old's your house?
1860?
The house was built before we had ordinances.
But I don't know when the porch itself was built, is what I'm saying. It's not
have no idea.
original.
If I look at the site plan, it would appear to me that there's about 10 feet from the house to the right-of-way line, and there's, what, an additional 13 or 12 feet to the pavement?
We kind of
We're getting
talked about, I guess you weren't here, but we were asking about that and asking if they could put up a fence, and then somebody said you didn't want a fence because then your yard would be super tiny or something.
No.
Something to that
I think
effect.
you told me that you would put up a fence when we first started talking about this. Okay, all right.
I don't think you're gonna want it on the right-of-way line, though, because it'll be right through the middle of the horseshoe pit.
Well, it's right through the middle right now. I'm gonna end up moving that horseshoe pit because I can't. My horseshoe pit is in the right of way now.
Okay. Do you want to respond to anything, Dustin?
Yeah, and certainly to, Mr. Foster's comments there, I think, we had talked initially about just the pluses and minuses either way. We were open to either a fence or leaving more yard space there, and initially thinking that having more yard space was the desire, but again, we're open to either one, whatever your preference is.
And a few trees, right? So you don't have all that dirt and dust coming right onto you. You should have a good wall of trees there.
Well, there used to be pine trees in there, in the middle, where the right of way.
Need to come to the podium, sir. She can't hear you in the booth.
Yeah, and, there was a number of comments here about the bus routes, and I think we've kind of acknowledged it in previous meetings that we can't designate a spot where people are gonna where the kids are gonna get on the bus. The school bus route coordinator, that's their job, is to decide how they're gonna best utilize the road network to pick up the kids, and they'll designate bus stops in certain areas. In a neighborhood of this size, the buses always look to get off the road when they can, because for them, it's really about, keeping on a timely route and being safe for the kids. So going down long dead-end roads to pick up one kid is not timely for them, so they would ask them to come out to the main road. In a neighborhood like this, with this many lots, new construction, you're gonna see kids in this neighborhood, and with the grades being not too steep and having a circular road network where there's no reason for a bus to turn around anywhere in this neighborhood, I see no reason why they would not designate at least one, if not two, bus stops at the two roadway intersections with Woodbury and Eastern, and then perhaps with Eastern and Cross as being a second one, so that they've got two stops. And what that does is it allows the vehicles to disperse when you inevitably have the parents that are gonna, drive and drop the kids off and then kind of follow the bus out to go to work. Having two spots allows, a dozen or so vehicles at each location, and it doesn't turn into a big congestion situation. So I think it's reasonable to look at the plan and see how it can have a very practical bus route with a couple of pickups without making any changes to what we've proposed.
Long run, 3/5 of a mile from the end of Woodbury out to the road. Although we used to walk that.
Yeah, so other than that, I think Ken had addressed some of the other questions that had come up. I don't know that I have anything else to add as far as public comments go, so.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak?
Come to the podium.
Last time, Bob Lancaster, 325 Northeast. Would you be willing to consider a fence on my side to keep the lights out of the bedrooms and everything?
I think the three of us ought to have a game of horseshoes and lose it. They should have fenced. No, I'd consider it.
All right, we'll talk about it.
I'll talk to you.
All right.
Jamie Cook, I live on Wild Ridge Road. I know you guys keep talking about how it's reasonable that they will probably put bus stops in there, but has anybody talked to the school board or talked to the school district to see if there's any, that they even have this idea that it's even going to be happening here? That they may be already willing to do that before this is approved?
The boards don't talk to each other.
They don't? So there's no way to get pre-approval that they might do a bus stop on these things? It's just going to be up to them at the end of the day?
Yes, it is up to them.
There's no way to chat with them and just see if they're
Well,
already thinking about it?
I'll just say this, having served on the school board before, part of the bus situation determines the budget, how many stops they're going to make, how many kids are in development each particular year. I mean, so it's not like you have one solution that is it all the time.
Yeah.
It just changes all the time depending on the conditions that exist.
Oh, I totally understand that, but at least that they would be like, oh, yeah, that could be potentially it.
Yeah, I mean,
Something that we could be doing. But the other thing, too, is you're talking about, I don't know if you guys watch kids get on the bus these days, but they are slower than slow. If you've got 60 kids trying to get on the bus, how much traffic is going to get backed up waiting for those kids to get on or off the bus? I mean, I'm waiting for 5 kids, and I'm sitting there like, you know, any day now, kids, come on, get off the bus.
They probably would drive down it. They're going to do the best.
Yeah. I just was wondering if
That's
anybody
right.
had brought it up to the school board at all.
And there's another bus stop across the street at Cherry Way.
Yeah, the
or Cherry
daycare up
Way.
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, they are common sense, they do the best they can. They have it, I mean, I will say, they use all the technology that they have and do an amazing job with the bus routes.
I do know that road's really slippery. I've almost gone twice into the gentleman that was right there's lawn, just because there's no breakdown lane, there's
There's
nothing
nothing
but
but
dirt.
major ditches.
Yeah, and there's no
Right.
place to go when your truck's sliding on that road.
Right, and the ditches aren't minor, they're steep and, right.
Yeah, so, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Discussion by the board. Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. Public hearing's closed. So now, I think the first item of business would be to discuss the motion whether we have everything we need to review. Find the application submitted by Dustin Rome on behalf of Kenneth Grondin, and that should be 323 Northeast Road LLC.
Did we do that last time when we gave preliminary
We did.
approval? Okay.
Do we have to redo that?
Yeah, it's a sort of, it's basically a separate.
Because we have new information?
There's a separate list of things they're required to give us, so,
Okay.
except
All right.
the final application complete.
All right, so that just
The
needs
first
to
one
be
wasn't complete.
323.
Complete for preliminary.
Okay, all right. Fair enough.
That's my stuff. Sorry to encroach.
East Road LLC. So that motion then would be to move to find the application submitted by Dustin Romer on behalf of 323 Northeast Road LLC for a subdivision of the property at map 14, lot 84, complete for review as presented. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to deem the application complete for review. Further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. I've reviewed briefly the performance guarantee and the capital impact fees. I'm not an expertise by them, but the numbers look pretty good. I mean, pretty impressive. Other board members? I don't think we have to vote on anything there. We just have to deem that we have it. Get down to doing our checklist. Under the homeowners association, we touched briefly on this. Right now, it is, open space may allow for snowmobile trail. We want to make that stronger and add in what we've talked about this evening, possible
Public access.
public access and
Or no, not-
possibly some coordination with the land trust.
I think the land trust is a deal that can go through under the current language, absolutely.
You can, okay. So we don't have to deal with that. So then do we want to add public access
Yes,
on the trails?
yes.
Thoughts?
Do we need to? I don't want to do anything we don't need to, we don't have to do, because it's already,
What if the HOA comes in and says, no, you guys can't go out there, we own that land?
There is no inherent public access to
okay,
this.
all right, then
Oh,
I would like to
all right.
see that.
So that would be under the reservations and easements, maybe?
That would make it easier for the land trust too, I would assume.
So in the HOA documents, you just want it explicitly stated that it's open for public access.
Snowmobiles and public access. On the, I would say on the trails, they don't need to be all over the entire property.
Right, use the trails, yeah.
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 That makes sense?
So the trail network will be open or available for public access.
There'll be a trail there anyways. That'll be basically off the end of Woodbury, right?
Yeah, that's where it originates, it ties in there, and then comes back where the other, basically from stormwater pond to stormwater pond, it kind of connects in through those two areas.
How are they gonna get to it, the public?
However they get there now, I mean,
How would
this
you,
is
where
a,
would they park, is what I'm saying?
yeah, I mean, it's not a trailhead situation, it's more being able to connect, you know, because if you've got a trail network on one side, trail network on the other, what we're trying to do is not sever it with this project. So we've basically provided the link, but it's not like an origination point with a trailhead.
If the land trust is involved, they probably would make some more trails and probably want a small parking lot. So that would be something
They'll
that
only
they would
accept,
need to.
they'll only accept a parcel of land if you can, if it's got public access to it.
Correct. Well, and I was,
Like you can drive to it.
and I was gonna
Park.
say, you know, you can go down a rabbit hole with
You can park
access.
there?
It'll be public road, you can park on public roads. Can't block driveways.
There would be like maybe a spot. or
Land trust,
something.
right now, that's a hypothetical deal.
Exactly.
Like, if the land trust comes in, does take some role of this, and they would like to develop it further, that's gonna be something they have to figure out. And depending on what they do, that may involve changes to stormwater permit or to this plan that they have to come back for approval. And that's
Yeah, 40
something they
acres.
can do. And
Something on.
but that would be, we don't wanna try and
Okay.
sort of predict the future on what they may or may not want to do, should that come
Right,
to
they'd
pass.
have to coordinate that with the homeowners association
Yeah,
and
The town.
probably come back to us with some minor change,
The town, yeah.
unless it was real minor.
I mean, I would think that the homeowners association would have some say whether or not they even wanted that, so.
it'll be up to them to figure out
Right,
what they want to
I'm
do.
totally
I
okay
mean,
with that.
In terms of if the land trust takes some management role and they want to put some more trails in there, like, that's something that's allowed under this current review. Like, we're not approving specific trail locations. We're just approving that trail use of the open space is allowed. If they want to come back
Public.
for a parking lot, that, they're probably going to need to come back to us to talk about that, but we'll
Okay.
see.
That the trail system be open for public use. Is that good enough as a conditional, that the trail system be open for public use and documented in the homeowners association? Because that's where everything else is.
Yeah, there's a declaration of covenants and restrictions that deals with management of that open space, and, because that gets set up before lots are conveyed, and that designates what goes on in the open space. The HOA is kind of set up later.
The declaration of covenants. Okay, so that would be one thing. Do we need to vote on that? Can we vote on, we can just vote on the conditions of approval as one?
Yeah, we'll do that. If we get to a vote of approval, then
Yeah,
we'll.
I'm just writing it down so I don't have to try
I've
to
got-
think about it later.
I've got, when we get to that point, I've got 3 additional conditions based on what we've mentioned tonight so far, plus the monumentation.
This one, the next item in your agenda is the site distance, and we will have to have a vote on that, I
I
would
think
think.
that's the most contentious thing we've got left, so I think it's reasonable to do that next.
Yep, that's the next item.
It is interesting to note here that there's 651 daily trips projected. That's significant,
No, it certainly is.
daily. Yeah,
Right, trips in and
If
out,
you-
right?
Yeah,
Divide them by
one
two.
in, one out is 2 trips, but, yeah, if you leave, it's a trip. When you come back home, it's a trip.
I was thinking, we had a proposed motion here.
I guess I'd just reiterate to the board, whatever, additional things like signage and stuff that we've kind of alluded to tonight, if there's any of those things that you think would be an improvement, we're open to those items.
I am kind of surprised that none of those were even suggested in the studies that were done by traffic engineers, to tell you the truth.
I think it's because it met the standards that they were looking at, grading the proposal against. And like I said, there's always pluses and minuses with all those things. There's negative consequences of having a lot of flashing signage and stuff, because that can be distracting, by itself. It's a nuisance to some neighbors, so there's a balancing act. And I think if the town's engineer or the engineer that was doing the traffic work, if they felt it was necessary, they probably would have said something. Because it's not uncommon for those traffic reports to suggest mitigation efforts if they feel like it's warranted.
So, Dustin, I really was all over Scott about making sure that you knew about this ordinance requirement prior to this meeting with enough lead time to come in with some solution, some workable solution for us. Because I think the gentleman was right, that if we have this ordinance that's in our book that says 10 feet for every mile per hour, that's a binding ordinance that I don't see how we can just waive that safety feature. I just don't see how we can just waive it. And so I said, make sure they know about this before we come. And so just to say, oh, well, everybody signed off on it, all these professionals, I expected more from that.
We're definitely not asking you to just waive it. I think it was worth, when it was brought up, that this was, another chance to look at the site distance issue again. That is when, if you look at the response that Ransom put together, they went in depth and they said, okay, let's look at all the different criteria that may be applicable to a driveway entrance and see where this stacks up against, whether it's FHWA or ASHTO or Maine DOT or all of these different organizations that look at, because let's look at all of them. And they went through and looked at all of that, and in their professional opinion, they felt that what was proposed was fine, and that they would have suggested potential mitigation efforts if they felt that they would have benefited the project, or if they felt that if these mitigation efforts are implemented, then, it'll be an added level of safety. But I think just in having the discussion here tonight, we've kind of come full circle in saying, okay, maybe right in, right out, but then it's easy to see how that could create confusing situations where you have people that are, trying to pull into a driveway entrance and all of a sudden seeing that you can't go in there, so now they've slowed down in the middle of the road and they've got to speed up again. So when you have unpredictable traffic movement patterns, then it creates another whole level of confusion in a roadway. Whereas if it's just, standard operating procedures in roads where everybody can come in and go out, you've got nice wide turning radiuses, so nobody has to really slow down to a really slow stop to be able to pull into these entrances. We can widen out a radius if that's something that you feel will be better, so that people can pull into the driveway entrances quicker or exit a little bit quicker because they're not having to make such a tight turn. We're already at a fairly wide entrance that, accommodates fire trucks and things like that. So those are sort of things that have practical, application where people can now get out a little faster or maybe come in a little bit faster, and that alleviates those rear ends or side swipes as you're leaving. More so than putting up a sign or trying to get people to do traffic patterns that are unnatural or not intuitive when they don't go there all the time. So you really have to fight human nature, or try not to fight human nature, because that's where you're going to have the most issues. You think about if you try to pull into a Dunkin' Donuts, it's only right in, left out, but it's natural that you think you can turn in there, creates issues. So.
I think with flashing lights, there's so much traffic on that road, it's just going to be flashing nonstop. So.
Yeah, and that would be terrible for the neighbors too.
Yeah,
I didn't think of that at first, yeah. A wider road, so wider than it is now, the entrances, you can make them wider? How wide are they now, Charlie? Is that?
22 feet plus the sidewalk, I think.
Yeah, I'm just saying, we could go with like a 30-foot, radius on an entrance. We've got a wider curb cut at that point, and, there's things we can do to just really widen that out.
I like that idea. Do you guys like that idea?
What's your pavement radius now?
I'd have to
Not on
check.
Can't make the site distance any
I know, it's,
better. We're stuck with the site distance that we have.
Any more extra room?
25-foot R.
Yeah, so we're 25 now, which is a pretty generous turn coming in. But we could widen that out to 30.
I'm not suggesting to widen it out. You know what, I don't have an answer. All I know is that, we've been talking about the school bus all this time. It wasn't the school bus that had anything to do with Mr. Woodbury almost getting cleaned out at the end of his driveway. That was the next house down of the man that's not even, the neighbor that's not even here tonight. So it's not just a school bus kid issue. It's all those trips going in and out are going to involve some younger drivers, inexperienced drivers, that aren't necessarily focused on a quick in and quick out. They're, playing with the radio or doing whatever, and they're just driving. And I heard Frank mention different kinds of signage to maybe try to slow traffic down. I just, as is not good enough for me right now, for me personally, to waive this requirement that I see in my code book that is supposed to be my legal obligation to follow.
So if there was a way, so we're basically talking about, 2 left-hand views, 2 right-hand views. So, if that one was 20 feet longer, I think we'd still be having the conversation, because there is just a genuine concern about speed on the road, people coming in and out. I just think, that the neighbors, we've been talking about it for over a year, and I genuinely get it, and that's why, we have to kind of revert back to what do the professionals think, because, just gut feeling is that it's a lot of people on the road, and we're hearing, horror stories about something that happened to somebody once, and
Not once, that's the thing. And so, this is the thing. I'm legally obligated by this. This DOT is minimal standards, but this is part of our code that's in my book.
Yep, I understand.
Right, so for me to say, all right, I'm going to vote to modify the code, which is reducing the safety standards that are, what I've learned, are pretty common from town to town, 10 feet per mile per hour. That's not, I hear that that's outdated. When I called around, that's not outdated. That's standard practice in other towns. So that's conflicting information for me. And so to just say, modify this because a certain group of people came and looked at it and measured it and went by DOT standards that say a minimal standard, to me, that minimal means something. It means it's a minimal standard that you need to take a look at extenuating circumstances that hill. So again, I proposed a couple of thoughts. I don't know the best one, but until we settle on one, I can't support the modification. Personally, I can't.
Well, I think we're gonna have to have a motion in the affirmative, and people are either gonna vote it up or they're gonna vote it down.
Sure.
And then that's gonna settle it. We can debate it, but.
But I mean, I hate to, because I'm so in favor of this project.
Understood, yeah, there's a lot of other things we've worked on to get to
I
this
know, and I
point.
think it's in the right place. I think everything about it is just been wonderful.
So, I mean, is there any option that you can, I mean, we've talked about a lot of things tonight, and all of those short of meeting the standard? Because any of those things we talked about tonight, if I'm correct, would still require a vote on a waiver.
Right.
Because the site distance is the site distance, and if it's not meeting that standard, it's gonna require a vote. But it could be.
What is the option to get that site distance? Take a little bit of the crown out of that road?
To raise Northeast
the
Road another foot, the whole intersection, I mean.
Do that or drop the crown in the road, the crest. And that's, I mean, then you're getting into state.
Or it's to
territory,
put,
or is that town
I mean, it's to
territory?
put a row of rocks in front of Eastern Lane, that nobody can use it. I mean, it's, again, it's like we have our circulation, I mean, the second entrance, I think everybody wants. But, it's.
Is it a foot? Is it 6 inches?
To get the extra 20 feet of site distance?
What would have to come off from that crown to get you distance?
Yeah, you'd probably
I have
be
no idea
looking
what
at,
the cost would be, but maybe it's astronomical and it's not even worth considering.
yeah, it's probably a foot.
And to be honest with you, I don't think you should be saddled with that expense, because I think that road is awful and needs a lot of work in itself. So I'm not suggesting that either, and I don't know if it's to not have that entrance until the town recognizes that that's a problem, and have it be a future, have your lots 1 and 2, bring it all the way down there. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I do think if there was a terrible accident, then I think the board is definitely opening themselves up to legal issues when we voted against what is in our code book.
Did we have a legal opinion from the town attorney that the 425 was okay?
I've not had town attorney review this. I mean, they're not an engineer. They don't know site distances, but we do have
as
town
far as
attorney's
being able
opinion
to
on
waive
being able to waive portions of the road standards in that Appendix A of 252. We've done that before. We have not done site distance before, but we have waived elements of that chapter. Then we have legal opinion that the board has jurisdiction to modify those elements.
And, I mean, if we're trying to do what we can to mitigate stuff, the 30-foot turn-in would, I think any extra space you've got is going to help as far as people not stopping in the middle of the road to turn into the road, or, or if it is icy, that gives them a little extra space for an error. I mean,
People drive how they drive, yeah.
so then
Maybe
what's
we
the
could
answer?
park one of those sheriff's cars that we got extra on right up here at the top of the hill over there. Well, let's see where this goes, because this is going to be the decision.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Hopefully, I don't belabor this. Is there a path, Scott, or a willingness for the town to request a speed limit change? Is that just out of the question? Does it take 2 years to do it? What is potentially possible? Would the town support it?
Generally, when people ask me that, I say, good luck. Because DOT has to approve it, and DOT doesn't like it. And they don't like changing speed limits. They don't have a history of working nice on that. And I don't think they've done this in a long time, but there's certainly plenty of horror stories that they go do a speed study and end up raising your speed limit on you. Even, which, again, I don't think they'd actually do that on this road, because there's way too many driveways to have that road be any faster. But it is not a quick process and is not a guaranteed process, is the short answer.
They did change it in front of our house from 40 to 30. I will say that.
And I do think, I mean,
It used to be 40.
the more development and the more activity you have on a road, it would seem logical that you'd be more likely to get a speed reduction as you introduce more traffic onto a roadway, because if you've just got a road that doesn't have neighborhoods coming into it, then, it's basically functioning like an arterial road.
It would make sense to me that at the beginning of your compact that the speed limit would change, but it's not until after this that it changes to 35.
I mean, the whole stretch of, that whole stretch from Sebago Lakeville to all the way here is all in the urban compact.
Oh, it is, okay.
And that, a project like this might be the catalyst that gets DOT to say, let's move the speed limit sign to the top of the hill, because before, there really wasn't anything to, other than a few houses, we're not gonna slow down the traffic. But now, you've got neighborhoods, and, you've got
And a
things
light.
going on there, and you got a light. So now, they very well could just push the speed limit sign further up the hill and capture another area.
Takes a request, though.
But it's almost like the chicken and the egg. Well, it takes a request, but it also takes a development like this to happen, because if you don't actually build it and introduce the traffic onto the road, then they'll just continue to look at this.
Takes a major accident and then a request.
Hopefully, yeah, that's not the case.
Representative.
I mean, in general, the narrative could be, this project is already going to be in 2 phases. I'm just guessing that you're going to be, tell me if I'm off base, a year and a half, 2 years up before you get to phase 2? I don't know. To me, there's plenty of time to make the, there's plenty of time to make the request and let the wheels grind on a signage position change, because we're not talking about miles of the road. We're just talking about moving it, I don't know, 1,000 feet, whatever the number is, of moving the sign. It's worth the request. Because Phase 2 is not gonna be done.
And a
Until later.
non-flashing sign that says, "Watch for turning traffic."
Anyway,
Yeah.
I think there's a solution
That's
to be
what I-
made.
Something the town can pursue. It's hard to tie an approval to that.
I
because
understand.
it's-
I
But I think
understand
that's
that.
something that we can talk to the council about, putting a request to DOT.
We
that-
should at least do that.
I agree with that, Frank.
I mean, this is a discussion we have all the time about traffic signal warrant analyses in areas that have a lot of traffic, because people want a traffic light in certain areas, gets to a certain point. And it's tough because you have to generate the traffic to warrant the signal, but you don't want to put the traffic on the road until the signal's in place. So it's this very difficult situation. And I think that's kind of what you're looking at here, is that, you build this project, maybe another one goes in, and now you've got the traffic entering and exiting the road that may warrant further analysis that might result in a lower speed limit, but there's no guarantee, and
Well, it's not that much further down the street that it goes to 30, right? Just before the intersection.
it's not unreasonable to think that they wouldn't move it up to the top of the hill
Right.
if there's more traffic. But if it's just a plan that doesn't get built, I mean, there's not much there, there's not much reason for them to make any changes. So I know it's, a difficult discussion, but it's one of those things that I think, this could be one of those things that helps actually reduce the speed limit in the area, but I don't know.
So, would we collectively, as a board, be asking the town council to look at that speed reduction for that stretch from the top of the hill down?
The board wants to do that as an official action of the board. That's something the board can do. Yeah.
I think we should.
I think that's got to be separate from this application.
Right, I
Yeah.
agree with that.
I agree with that too, Charlie.
Because it can't be for any one application,
Right.
probably, yeah.
Well, and there's a lot of other things there.
There's a subdivision right at the crest of the hill, right, small one, same side of the road. And then there's a new one down at the bottom of the hill, too, that same side.
The new soccer field's going in.
That Moody
top of the
Road.
hill, yeah. I mean, there's just a lot more traffic.
I think we have justification to make the request, and to pull whatever strings that we have to pull, to be serious about the request, and all we can do is see where it goes, right?
So would that request go to John, then he would go to the council with it?
I think if we want to make a solid push for this, I think it should come from the council. And that's who would be.
So directly to the council.
Then we talk about who actually makes contact with DOT from the staff level to deliver that request. It'd either be from John Cross, is the Public Works Director, or I know Zach's been heading up the intersection project, so he might have some context with DOT in the process of doing that, so. Might be a good time to ask in terms of the fact that we're doing that project as well.
Go up and see Bruce.
And in the request, it should be, watch this meeting for more information.
I think we've just covered that we can draft a letter from the board saying we're seeing a lot of development and potential development that we're expecting to see, and that is going to increase traffic, and that you are as a board concerned about speeds and safety with sight distances. Go from there. I mean, that just as a off the cuff.
Well, yeah. Well, just to get this off and moving, the process is trying to draft up some kind of a motion. Move to grant a waiver from the town requirement subsection 252,
It's the amendment 1-1.
Attachment 1, section 1.
Attachment, yeah.
252, 1-1. From 450 feet to the standard site distance per the current state requirement of 425 feet,
State required.
and as reviewed by the town engineer. This is all open for discussion here. I was just trying to do a draft, so.
That's a reasonable motion.
The watch for turning traffic signs, would that be part of this, or?
I think there needs to be signage, because we don't know what's going to happen with the request.
Yeah, we can request signage. I don't know that we're authorized to
I don't
put
think
signs in the
blinking is.
highway.
Yeah, again, that would have to be approved by DOT, any signage within their right-of-way.
Right.
Even though it's a compact zone.
Right.
Again, they would have to approve it.
Yeah, just like they had to approve everything down at the intersection,
Well, yeah,
even though that's centered right into a
No.
compact zone.
You know, Charlie, I don't quite get that, because we put up signs like where no engine brakes, and we just decided on the council to just put those signs up. That had nothing to do, we were in the urban compact zone, we didn't have to go.
I'm pretty sure that there are, I think Dustin, I don't know, you might have more experience with this than me, that there are standard signs that are approved highway signs, so that are used across the board to do normal circumstances and therefore don't need detailed review. I think
and the
is the
engine
process
brakes
there.
ones aren't probably
Like putting a
their
stop sign at
standard
an
signs.
intersection.
Yeah,
You don't need DOT permission to do
No, but I
that.
mean,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean-
flow,
Right, and but all of those are mandated, they meet certain sign standards as set out in national standards, so they are sort of pre-approved is what I'm saying. Now, you probably have to consult with them, make sure you're putting in a location that they're like, put it 5 feet that way so you're not hitting something that we care about, I don't know, but.
They have those signs, it's basically a T, so it shows, it's yellow, it shows a driveway coming off. They're pretty frequent, like up in Gray on Route 202 and 115, just because you've got a lot of curves in that road, and as you're coming around a corner, there's a road there, so they just put a sign ahead of it that shows your sign with a T, and sometimes they'll even put the name of the road. But those ones are, I think they're effective. When I'm coming around a corner and I see that, I'm on watch that, okay, there's an entrance coming up, whether it's my entrance or I'm watching for somebody. So I think it's reasonable that we could put a sign there at the top of the hill. I don't know that we need one climbing up the hill. I think it's really just as we're cresting that hill heading northbound on that right-hand driver's side, but we could do both if you
Yeah,
want.
I was thinking just do both.
I mean, like, they have the watch for turning traffic or something like that.
Yeah, but even just the one with no words on it, it's just the T. That, to me, that one it's big it's a diamond, it's very visible. So I can make that request. We'll make the request either through the town or directly to DOT for permission to install
Yeah, would it
those
not be
signs.
part of the permit for the entrances? Would
Well,
that not just be
those permits
walking
get
traffic?
issued through the town, so.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I mean,
So-
I think it would be through Public Works, and again, I don't know the exact details of whose jurisdiction things are in the compact, so.
Yep.
Start with Public Works and go from there.
I think
So
those
not
would
as
be
part
fairly
of the
effective.
draft motion, which was my original question.
So I think adding on with a condition that signage showing
Okay, or with it.
appropriate traffic signage
to the extent permissible by the state. At least, I mean, we'll make every effort to get them installed, but we'll make sure it's, well documented that we wanted to put these signs in.
All right. Try this again. Move to grant a waiver from the town requirement, subsection 252, section 1-1, from 450 feet to the standard site distance per the current state requirements of 420 feet and as reviewed by the town engineer, period. The applicant to install signage indicating the intersections from both directions along Northeast Road as may be approved by the state.
Is that it? I second it?
I'll make that motion if you want to second it, just to get it going. Now, further discussion. Seeing none?
And this is in addition to our separate plea to the council for
Right, this is strictly, get
this
it.
particular thing. I get that, but it's not the only thing that's happening.
no. I can work with Scott, I guess, we can draft up a letter. Maybe have a draft prior to the next meeting for everybody to review. Does that work?
Yep, and you can all sign it and then get it to the council.
Deb? Frank?
Yes,
Eddie?
good.
Comments?
No more.
No, that's
Good? Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unanimous. Okay. Where are we? Streetlights. 2, right? That's a condition of approval, one at each intersection?
Now, are those
Applicant's good.
pad-mounted, are those pole-mounted, like individual lights, or are on Cobra heads on a,
Yeah, they can be on the
Either one.
utility poles, yeah.
okay.
And is that factored into the impact fee for the town to pay for the lighting of that?
It's a requirement
The
from the
requirement?
town that they do it.
But we pay for the electricity for those lights, correct?
Yeah,
That must be.
They end up being leased fixtures in the end, so the developer pays to mount the arms on there and a one-time charge to wire it up, and then it becomes part of the overall bill that the town pays to lease out Cobra head
Streetlights.
fixtures, yeah.
And they're all LED lights now, so they're very low usage. I think we can all
Well, when you
change.
add them all up in the town, it actually becomes quite a big number. That was my question, is if it was the HOA, is it, it's us?
It will, yeah,
It's the
become
town.
a town light.
It's the town, okay.
Do they not make streetlights yet that are just operated by a solar panel, LED streetlights? Individually with a mounted solar thing on top or something?
I think they've tried them, but they fade out by morning.
Yeah, I think it's inconsistent illumination levels, so
Okay.
to meet the brightness, they like them on all the time. Be like a string of cloudy days, then they don't work.
Yeah, so I've already got a draft condition for that in the conditions list for approval,
Okay.
saying, per 181-123C1, a streetlight must be installed at each intersection of Northeast Road at the time of construction for each road. Lights shall be considered an essential improvement under 181-88F, so that no building permit shall be issued for the phase until the streetlights are installed. As part of that, what we talked about earlier of the roads and public improvements have to be substantially installed prior to building permits.
Yep. State law criteria. That's all approved, both DEP and Army Corps. The only thing is, the plan needs to be tweaked a little bit before we sign it
Right.
on a few easement bearings and distances or something, so we could have enough so we can find them, locate them with some certainty. and check those requirements on those lots on the Woodbury Lane down towards the end of the hammerhead. I think there was some requirement by DEP as I read through that.
We currently have 3 plans in here. We've got plan sheets 4, 5, and 6 that all have planning board signature blocks on them. So, I mean, I know we're not at approval yet, but do you want, is it your intent to, do you want all 3 of those signed and recorded, or we just probably do 5 and 6?
I think you need to
60
analyze
scale.
what you're gonna need to have recorded so that you can sell the lots.
Yeah.
You need the overall and the individual lot plans with the bearings and distances.
Yeah, that's sheets 5 and 6. Sheet 4 is an overall plan. There's really not much information on that, other than showing you the complete picture of what's going on. But we can get all 3 of those ready for you to sign, if you'd like. That's how they're set up now.
Good idea to have the overall, so that somebody, we don't record the plan and profile sheets, they just stay
Right.
with the town.
But maybe just sheets 5 and 6 are the ones that get recorded.
Public Works used to get Mylars or some durable form of the copy.
Yeah,
They
we
just
have-
need paper now, at Public
We
Works.
asked for a PDF,
A PDF.
for the substitutes as the durable copy.
Good idea. All right, so. Plans be reviewed and updated for MDEP requirements.
With a surveyor's stamp on them as well.
Yes, you'll need a surveyor's stamp on the plans if you don't.
Bill Shippen is the surveyor record on this.
Yes. And we're gonna put the monuments in where the monument should be, and
Yeah.
do we wanna consider doing the irons and those ditch lines?
I mean, certainly you sold me on it, but it's not my vote.
Yeah, I know.
I'm okay with what you suggest.
Your suggestion was good,
Yeah, I don't see any,
but
So-
not,
So granite on the sidewalk side and irons on the ditch side.
yeah, I think that,
That makes sense to
I
me.
think, because that's an ordinance requirement.
Gotta
we
make a
should-
motion.
Yeah, just make a motion on that, just like we did for the site distance.
all right. Move that the applicant place monuments, right-of-way monuments on the sidewalk side of the road and perimeter points as required by the ordinance. And capped irons on the road ditch side. Close enough?
Sounds good to me. Scott, do all these conditions go onto the plans, or is it?
Finding of facts get
No way,
recorded?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do it. I'll just have you send me, ahead of the meeting, just send me the
Well, all the
language.
conditions will go in the findings of fact, and we'll get that to you.
Yep.
And then you can take them word from word from there.
Okay.
You just read through this. Move that the applicant place right-of-way monuments on the sidewalk side of the road and the perimeter points as required by the ordinance, and capped iron pins on the road ditch side of the road.
Should we say "and in stone walls" if they're on the perimeter?
And capped iron pins on the road ditch side along with points within stone walls. At the rear lot corners. Good with that, Ken? Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
You can have my motions when we're done. Then moved and seconded that the applicant to place right-of-way monuments on the sidewalk side of the road and the perimeter points as required by the ordinance, and capped iron pins on the road ditch side, along with points within the stone wall on the rear lot corners. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Approved. Unanimously. All right, moving right along. That takes care of the monuments. Talked about the drainage easements and DEP. Took care of that one, took care of that one. All right, let's see what we got here. We're down to a final approval. Should we decide we want to do this? And there are a number of conditions, so I'm gonna try to,
I guess I gave this memo to the applicant as well. I have seen these conditions. They are, for the audience's
so we
sake,
just
these
need
are
to add the,
the boilerplate ones. Just to spare us reading 2 pages of boilerplate.
yeah,
I think we could say as written, as long as the board is fine with that. And then the additions that you discussed was that the open space declarations be amended to allow public access, that we get the transformer details added to the detail sheet with a note that they be installed per the detail sheet to save us putting them all in there. And then the drainage purposes. So we've got the suggested draft conditions include the 30-foot wide drainage easements. We're gonna strike that language and just make it, well, we gotta keep it on that one lot.
yeah, 37 is it?
37, but that the open space, again, the declarations just be amended that the town has the rights to do drainage work if need be.
That makes more sense to me, because that way they're not restricted to the, if anything happens in the future, we can get in there, make it right.
I think that covers us for the stormwater ponds and for the streams. Like, I think that is the cleanest way to do it. So just for Jackie, for the notes, that would be the current condition 4. We'll just make that 30-foot wide drainage easement on lot 37, and then grant the town rights to do drainage maintenance on, throughout the open space.
The only question I have is on condition of approval number 6. It just says the homeowners association shall be responsible for maintenance of the fire protection system, where that's all Portland Water District hydrants. Maybe we get rid of that.
Yeah, sometimes
You're gonna have to give them an easement, right? So
Yeah,
they'll
'cause-
go ahead and
yeah, 'cause it's-
you'll put the water line in, but they'll own
Correct.
it.
Yeah, so as soon as it's live, they're gonna own it, so.
So that's just,
Take out for maintenance.
or maintenance of the fire protection system. I mean,
Yeah, plus,
stormwater quality,
yep,
quantity and quality stuff, that's still gotta stay there.
that stays.
I had that underlined. All right. Let's see what this says. Move that the planning board grant final approval under the provisions of the Standish Land Use Code of the Woodbury Heights subdivision of parcel map lot 14-84 as submitted by Dustin Romer on behalf of 323 Northeast Road LLC, having found it to meet the review criteria of Chapter 181, Part 3 subdivision regulations and all other relevant standards of the local ordinance and the requirements of Title 30A, Chapter 187, subsection 4404 of the Maine State Statute for subdivision review with the following conditions, and that would be conditions 1 through 15? We had 12. Do we add 3 or 2? Some of the
We
ones I
added
had
two
here are
'cause the-
incorporated.
Yeah,
Because the streetlight's already there.
yeah, the drainage one was a change to the other one, so we added 2 new ones.
With the plans reviewed, updated per DEP, applicant installed the 2 streetlights. You said that was in there.
Streetlights is in there.
And then the other one is that the trail system be open for the public use.
So I guess there's 3, because I forgot about the DEP update one, because the transformers was the 3rd one.
Right.
What about the sign, the signs?
So that was part of the waiver, I guess we should pass that
That was part
through.
of the motion, right? Do we need that in the?
We should pass it through. We should make and signs as required by the waiver for site distance.
I thought that was part of the waiver that we passed.
It was, but I think we should incorporate it into the final vote to make sure it's,
Okay.
It's on the, it's
that
on
way
the,
it gets into
On the list of
everything.
conditions and enforceable and all that, yep.
Make it harder to overlook.
it'll be a part of the finding of facts,
Right.
all 3 motions, so,
Yep.
correct? All right. I think we've got that. I'll make the motion. Anybody want to sign it? Second it?
I'll second it.
You good with all the language?
Maybe.
Maybe. Thoughts from the board? Don't see any. All those in favor? 5, unanimous. Very good. Thank you.
Very good, I
All set?
appreciate all your time in this project. Appreciate it a lot.
Well, I really appreciate your forth
I think that was a pretty thorough review.
presentation, being forthright.
All right.
Yep. No, it's a group effort, you know, we try to work together.
Appreciate that.
All right.
I do like the project.
Yeah, it'll be good.
For trick or treating.
Have a good night.
I do feel.
All right, we'll move on to new business. Anybody need to take a break or anything for a minute or two? We all set?
Deb got up.
Deb's gone. We'll wait, we'll take a few-minute break here.
How is the bed out there?
Ready?
Ready?
Come on up.
Facility they bring them to.
Next item on the agenda. 40 Northeast Road, LLC, Main Optometry, map 36, lot 21, site plan application to expand the existing building. All
Good
yours.
evening. Tyler Coffin with Doten's Construction, representing Maine Optometry. We're looking at roughly a 3,300 square foot addition to their existing building. Reason for the odd shape of the addition is to keep them functioning and open to not displace their customers during the construction. As you can see, we've kept it pretty simple, but trying to mimic their Wyndham location with the high ceilings on the front and the grand opening in the street side of it. I did get some comments from Scott on a few things. We are looking at parking lot expansion due to the increased staff and patients. We just did the same scenario for them in their Freeport location where we doubled the size of their parking lot. So I think the 9 spots will cover everything they need. They'll have a total of 6 exam rooms. So they look at it as having a person in each exam room along with their staff. Other than that, that's most of the site changes. They just upgraded their septic system a couple of years ago, and that was built to accept this increase. There was a comment about the front window on the front facade of it. It is in that vaulted ceiling, and that's the reason for that. We can't really add any more windows because they rely a lot on their displays on the exterior walls. So we try to keep the windows down to a minimum. And on the plan that was submitted, the roof pitches were not on there. The front facade, the higher pitches are the 612, and then the back side, the long side of it, is a 1.5 12, which will be hidden by the 2 higher points on each end from the street. That's basically what I've got on it. I don't know if anyone else has any comments on it or questions.
Look at anything, Scott?
I think this it's a good design. It fits the ordinance for the most part. We've got a couple questions for the board on the building form that is going to be the main issue. But as you said, the parking, we're going to have to take a look at that, make sure that we feel that that's a reasonable expansion. I think the blanket parking demands that we have in the form-based code district, normally you see in other parts of town that they are dependent on use, not just on building size. And I think it's a reasonable note that a doctor's office is going to see people as they have exam rooms for, and they need to have enough parking spots for each person to be there and their staff. I think we can call that a real-world demand for this kind of parking, but the board's going to have to talk about that and evaluate it. As he mentioned, he did submit me some comments on the roof pitch, so those do meet the requirements of the ordinance. We're good there. The board's going to have to look at the building materials. The current proposal is vinyl, which is not allowed unless the board can find it is substantially similar to a natural material. So the board's going to need to talk about that and whether that's something that you can make that determination on. And I think that mostly covers it. There's a few edge cases in terms of does the stepped front facade count as being over 50 feet? Because a facade length of greater than 50 feet is another supplemental review trigger. Personally, I think I would say that it's acceptable under there with the step back entryway and the fact that the total, even with that, is 53 feet. That you can find that that need is likely met. And then, as he mentioned, that front window, we do have a requirement that windows are not supposed to span more than a story or cross structural elements. And I think with a vaulted ceiling inside, it's opening into a single room. It's not broken by a floor or with wiring and pipes in it. It makes sense with the design of the building and holds to that story. But again, that's something that I think the board needs to think a little bit about to make sure that they have the same conclusion that I do there. We do have a landscaping plan from a landscape architect in this packet, so hopefully we've got what we need to review that part of it. At that point, I think those are all the high points.
Board members?
It looked nice to me. I mean, it looked like what we're looking for. Right, Carolyn?
Well, I'd like to talk about that.
In this place, it's been there for a long time. It sets back from the road. I mean, I
There
don't
used to
think
be a
this is
house.
gonna,
Post office.
it's not coming any closer towards the road, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
yeah.
that's the direction it's coming.
It makes a U shape around the building, the existing building, so the parking lot side stays the same.
Oh, it makes
Extends
it-
toward Northeast Road.
See this rectangle in the middle? That's the existing building.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm gonna wrap right around it.
The expansion is actually taking what is currently a non-conforming building in terms of the front setbacks and making it conforming.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you count up the rooms, the offices, reception area, the lab, and the exam rooms and stuff, you got either 13 or 14 rooms there. So if you got one person in each one, then you add a half a dozen clients, which is the 6 exam rooms. That gives you 20 spots. So I think, based on that, it seems as though the parking is reasonable for the number of employees they potentially would have, plus, one person in each one of the exam rooms at a given time. So, I mean, to me, that makes some sense.
Well, it does, because you can have more doctors and more patients, so
Right.
more cars.
And there's other rooms in there. There's a mechanical room, and I'm assume that teledata is like a server or some sorts, and just a control room, and you got bathrooms and all the rest of that stuff. There's a break room, I didn't include that, and I didn't include the showroom for any type of count, so. I did notice, though, on the site plan, I think it was, yeah, and sheet 4 of 9 shows the septic system inside the building, so that's gonna have to move.
Yes. Yep.
We're gonna need an HHE 200 detailed out for a new septic system. I guess it's irregardless whether the old one was built for this build-out or not, it's within the building, so it's gotta be moved.
Correct.
Looks like you have an area eyeballed. Have you had test pits done out there, or is there a design in process for that?
There's not a design in process yet. With it being, I think within the last 2 years, we were looking at just moving the tank and redesigning it from there.
Well, even the bed is in the building, so. You look at sheet 4 of 9, it's not gonna, you gotta be 10 feet from the building for the tank, and then the tank is
Yeah, the tank
10
is
feet, and then bed's usually beyond that, so.
the bed is out by the radio tower currently.
That's where the new
The
bed is?
new design, yeah. That's currently there.
So what are all these existing septic tank fields?
That's the tank, and
Blocks
then
to be
there's-
removed, that's in the building.
Yeah, that's just the tank outside the building, and then it's gravity fed to the septic field.
Really? How do you do that? tank is lower than the field. What do you think,
Can we,
field engineer? Can you get water around uphill?
you would need a pump, but do we have the existing HHE 200 form available to review? I mean, regardless, you're gonna need to modify the septic system.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's no finished grading shown in that rectangular block that supposedly the new bed is. But with the old one is they gotta remove, it's got contours and stuff around it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you could see that.
Yeah,
You would think that they'd be grading around the new bed.
the existing has a tank and a pump station. I'm looking at the application we have.
So that still requires an HHE 200 to move that alter the, if there's a pump station.
I'd assume so. I mean, I'm not the one in town certified for subsurface wastewater. That's the code officer, so I'm not gonna be able to answer you off the top of my head.
Yeah, I know. I guess that would have to be a condition that prior to
Right.
any construction or building permits that get resolved.
I have a draft condition in there that a full septic design be approved by the CEO.
Okay.
I mean, he's gonna be the one that's reviewing it anyway.
And I mean, if that's an existing, if they somehow can get away with existing, then he can approve the existing if it's there and functional, but if he, assuming we're gonna need at least, sounds like we're gonna need some amendments to that.
Yeah. What's on the plan doesn't fit well with,
What did we do with the siding for Napa? Was that the
hardy board.
hardy plank?
Yeah.
That, yeah,
Yeah,
let's use that.
I was gonna say,
Well, he's
Or
got two
not.
different sidings on here. You'll notice that they've got one that looks like clapboards and then the other one shingles, which you can do with vinyl.
What's the existing?
The existing is vinyl.
but our peer review did say no vinyl. I think we ought to stay consistent with that.
Well, they have to redo you have to redo,
Just one side. The other sides are gonna be consumed by the building.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the side where the ordinance is most concerned with is the one facing the road, which is a new wall.
Yep. And that's the one that you see in the middle here, the northeast road elevation. It has clapboard-style siding up about 8 feet, and then it converts over to shingled,
Correct.
plastic shingles. I couldn't, where did it say they're gonna use vinyl? Was that, did I miss that? It's not on the plans, is it? Oh, it's in our notes. It's not on the plans, though.
It's mentioned in one of the documents we got.
I believe it was the application, maybe. It was,
On the very first page.
In the letter?
Vinyl,
Yeah.
in the
oh, in the letter.
first page
yeah.
there.
Dark gray vinyl
Dark gray
siding,
vinyl
bottom
siding.
half, lighter gray vinyl, vinyl shape style siding. So I guess we need to give the applicant the option, like cedar, pine, hardy board.
I would use an LP Smart Side over any of those.
I'm not
Comparable
familiar
to
with that
hardy.
one.
It's a comparable to hardy, but it's not a cementous product, so it doesn't degrade as fast.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Is it still like stamped would look like hardy?
Correct. Yep. Looks just like a hardy, it's just actually wood.
The processed wood.
Mhm. Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to say thank you for, bringing this expanded business to town. I think that's great. I think that also tells us the demand is there.
Yes.
And when we look at all the different, when we look at all the different developments that are going in, we knew that we needed the population base that would that would make this kind of a project viable, just like, you know, when I go to the dentist, they say they're outgrowing that space. So I think that's all a positive thing, that we're moving in the right direction.
Correct.
Now, I remember before that building was the eye doctor, long before it was even this company, it was a post office. And what really concerns me is I'm a big proponent for the streetscape, how you present yourself to the main street, because that is a pretty significant street.
Absolutely.
Right. So if you look at any of what you would consider a Main Street building, your doorway is front and center. And I can see where that would be kind of prominent, because you have a great big window right there. And so I would like that to be the door, personally, just like it was when it was the post office and the eye doctor that it's now, and just like any other building that presents itself on a main street, you have your door, that's your focal point to your building, because all your landscaping, even on your plan, is kind of in the corner where your doorway is, but nothing in front of your building where you have your main curbside appeal. So when you walk in, you see your beautiful showroom with all your glasses. You know, that's a lot of the bread and butter, in addition to the exams, right, is selling those frames. That's a huge moneymaker. And that's what I would like to see. Other than that, I'm thrilled with the rest of it, because that's all on the side. I'm all about the street appeal. One thing that I have seen consistently that makes me concerned, though, is there's going to be a street on the road, just like there is now. I don't know if it's still going to be that triangle one that you have.
The sign,
Right.
yeah, that will be a different application for signage.
So our ordinance says that on the building, the sign's supposed to be lower than the second story. And I see you have it kind of like right up there in the middle. I know we're not here to talk about signage, that's with the code enforcement officer, but I keep seeing it on all these plans that come before us, and that makes me concerned, because there is a proper place for the signage, and that would be out front or lower.
But that's not up on second floor on this one, because this is cathedral-style
You
ceilings.
still have that, you
Divided.
still have where the horizontal framework goes by, where you have your door, your eaves coming in. That's what I would like to see. I think that would be a much more stately presence, to say I'm here, and also to use those windows as your, to bring people in, to show everything that you have that you're trying to sell.
Is the vestibule an airlock, so it cuts the cold in the winter? Is that
Yes.
into that?
No, actually, no. We don't have the interior. It was more having the entryways covered to not have water dripping, snow in front of the doors, to alleviate that. Gives you a place to get out of the weather when you come in. And with it coming right up to the property line, it doesn't give that opportunity on the front to have an overhang.
That makes sense. Go with all this siding on that front facade, you wouldn't have that board in the middle, would you, above the windows?
No, well, we would most likely, just for aesthetics, we would run that across. It'd be a large-
Same all the way around then?
Yeah.
All right.
That's kind of like the historical, when we talk about the historical nature of town. All historical buildings have that door right there, Main Street.
Okay.
Just for the members of the boards, the little triangles that are in all the plans, those are survey control points.
Would you still want the other entrance? Because the handicap spot is on that side.
But
I mean, I personally like it the way they have it.
So do I.
I was thinking about the handicap having to go around further.
they
get
can have
the-
more than one if they want, but, I mean, right now, take for instance, that's, even when places are going back to how you present on Main Street.
Right.
I mean, even C and Brown on Wyndham put a beautiful door on 302, which you don't typically see, but it's saying, here we are. Now, they also have a door on the side, but they have they present themselves to the street. And that's part of what the code is supposed to be all about, is presenting yourself to the street, because this is gonna be here forever, just like the post office was there. The eye doctor there now has the door, I mean, that's
You know,
standard practice, really.
shifted it over there more because of the parking lot. You're closer to the parking lot. Right now, you don't see it if you're in the parking lot. You wouldn't see the entrance.
Until you drive in, you see the entrance, right?
Right.
So the handicap parking would be with the door, with where it is now, the handicap parking would be closer to that corner,
The new location of the entrance, correct.
as you show it.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, they have the handicap sidewalk ramps and stuff right there. You can see them etched in. Right in front of the no park area.
Yep, no, I see that.
Where it is now.
So is this here also a door in the back here?
Employee entrance
Yeah.
That's where the break room
Emergency
is.
exit, probably.
or emergency, yeah, it acts as both.
And none of this is in the right-of-way, right? Close to the. how
Currently,
much
their
space is
business sign
between
is in the
road
right-of-way.
and
There's a lot of
Building.
space.
They're, it's 15 feet
moving
off the
forward,
property
though.
line.
Oh, this is new.
15?
Yeah, I picture it being,
Yeah.
it's quite a hill that goes into that parking lot, too. Quite a dip.
Closer to Northeast Road.
So if there was ever a sidewalk there, would there be enough room for the
Going from that.
sidewalk?
You get almost 50 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, the right-of-way there
They're not
is
even going
huge.
beyond the business sign, that's,
This is part of that 8-rod right-of-way stuff, right?
Yeah.
But as that whole, I mean, behind that street, there's all empty space, which is all gonna get developed eventually. And so, I mean, the whole idea of this, right, is that not everybody has to drive. You know, like if you are in on Rose Lane, in that development, you can just cut over to a little side street and walk. So, I mean, that's part of thinking, not just designing for right now, but designing futuristically and making sure that you have that presentation to the street and can accommodate not only cars, but people that walk up to the building. Because that's all open space behind.
To that end, is there a requirement for sidewalks on
I think
this?
so, not in this area.
May have missed that.
There isn't a hard requirement. There is the pedestrian amendment, like, it has to serve pedestrians to the board's satisfaction in terms of serving all modes of traffic.
I wish we had the ability to collect funds to put it in a sidewalk fund, so we could make sidewalks that actually build upon one another.
And that, a local developer and property owner has brought that idea to the council, and the council's considering that very idea at this time.
That makes sense.
But where this isn't a brand-new development, this is a redesign, like, that doesn't,
If the board feels that this needs a sidewalk to adequately handle pedestrian traffic, we can-
for the amount of small road frontage that they have.
but there's no hard requirement for one in the ordinance. And this is on a different street frontage than the last project we looked at. That was a town main, this is a town avenue, so it's a little softer on that. And based on some of the conversations this board's been having, that the council's been having, it seems like there's certainly a desire to push for a more comprehensive sidewalk solution than the piecemeal. So I think there's much less sidewalks in this area than in the town main. I think it's reasonable to say that this is doing as good as it can for where it is at this time, and that the town needs to figure out how to make it better.
And looking at the current existing conditions, it would be very difficult to put a sidewalk in there solely just for
Sidewalk
that
to the
lot,
outfall
because
street.
there's a pretty good grade. If you were a pedestrian, you would have to go uphill to get onto a sidewalk that would be at the same grade as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is,
I like the idea of money being put into an account so that the whole thing can be done correctly.
I don't know if the
Unfortunately, we
board
don't have
can
that
do that now. That's something
capability
the town's looking
Right,
at
right.
making for future,
I'm-
putting ordinance language in there to that effect.
I'm just saying my opinion is that I don't see that there's a need to force this application to do a sidewalk.
I don't either.
I mean, ultimately, with all of the drainage issues out there adjacent to the highway, no matter where you are, that whole section of Route 35 from 25 over to 114 needs a
Overall.
facelift.
And I think if we were to require it and they were to build it, is it gonna sit there for 5-10 years and be a sole sidewalk? Like,
We have a
it
few of those
looks
around.
terrible when we do that, so.
And this one is less likely to have connections than most in that I believe both sides have residential properties on the other end, so they're not likely to come to site plan to do the piecemeal additions.
So
There's
no
a school
sidewalk.
across the street.
What's next?
Well, we can move into the recommendations and go down through stuff. I guess the very first thing we need is a motion to find the application as submitted by Doughton Construction on behalf of Maine Optometry for the property at map lot 36-21A to be complete for review as presented.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to find the application complete for review. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. All right. Supplemental review. Need to talk about parking. The ordinance, if we follow the ordinance strictly, it would be 12,
Yes.
and they're requesting 20 or 19?
20.
20. And based on the floor plan and the number of unit, offices and stuff, it seems like that's a reasonable number, but other board members?
I agree. I support what's presented.
I agree as well. I don't think they're going to pay the money to construct site features that they're not going to use.
Right. I think that makes sense. So do we need a waiver on that?
You just have to vote to find that it meets the supplemental. There's a motion later on.
That it's included with, I thought so, we didn't need a separate one. We just check that to make sure.
How many spots are there now? You know?
I believe it's just the ones along the building currently right now.
There'll be 9 extra ones. There's 11 now.
No, because I drive by
Well, actually,
there
there's
all the
12 there
time.
now.
I mean,
One of
on,
them's gonna be painted so you can't park there for the handicap.
yeah,
No, but I
It's
drive
kind
by
of a
there
weird
all the time,
parking
and
lot right
there's
now.
hardly ever an abundance of cars there.
Currently, there's only one doctor and only a couple staff, so they're gonna be
Okay.
doubling their staff. They're hiring another doctor.
That's fantastic.
So how many staff people are there?
They'll have 2 doctors and possibly up to 7 staff at a time. They're gonna have a fully functioning lab in there.
9 plus
Yeah,
clients.
Clients, yeah.
so nine and 6. But you still need 5 extra spots?
You have showroom people and picking up glasses, people that aren't in exam rooms.
People that want to park and watch the town parade on Sunday or Saturday.
Well, I mean, I'm just surprised because I just
parades
never
over there?
see, if I see 1 or 2 cars in there ever, that's it.
Yeah, we just did the exact same fit out for their Freeport location. They have 6 exam rooms, and we added 12 spots to their already 20 spots because of the maximum amount of people that they've got in there. This one is less because of the location, but
Because I know you have one of those locations down by 237 and 25 in Westbrook.
Yeah, that one's awful.
That one's huge.
yeah, the Gorham location.
The Gorham location, and that has a huge parking lot,
Mhm.
and that is mostly empty.
And that has 3 other tenants in it. They're not in that whole building. Parking's always been an issue for them, no matter where you go. Lewiston, they have a location, and they could double the parking, but we have no room to do it. So they're planning ahead.
The addition of this parking, does that require any stormwater? Are we hitting any threshold?
I don't believe so, no.
I didn't think so.
And
either.
it's existing pavement.
I'm just adding those 9 spaces.
For what it's worth, the national standards, like the engineered parking models that they do for a medical office, depending on which one you're looking at, it's 4 to 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. So for this 4 and 3/4 thousand, what they're proposing is pretty close. It's pretty much right in there.
Yep. So do we, I gotta back up. We need a vote on that, or we can just,
There's a draft motion for that the supplemental review criteria.
well, we need to talk about the rest of it then, too. Facade of the building, the 50 feet.
Don't forget to open it up to the public too.
Right. Probably ought to do that now, just before we get into it. The only thing we've done is that we have the information to review, so. Anyone from the public like to speak on this?
Sandra Thurston, 620 Oak Hill Road. I go there too, and the parking lot generally is full. And I pull in and go, where am I gonna park? Oh, that's handicapped, I can't park there, and go down further. And is that a radio tower out back, or do they broadcast from there? I thought somebody that I had met years ago was actually broadcasting from back there. It was a working radio station, I thought.
Want to
Being announced.
respond to that?
I believe it's an abandoned radio tower.
I was thinking if they had to come work on that, some vehicle would have to have a spot to park. also for that, to get to the tower. And with the towns exploding, with Brian's development and Woodbury's development, and there's gonna be more people that need the eye doctor, and they'll need more parking. So it makes sense to put the spots in now while they're doing the construction now. And as for the building design, I like the way it is now. I go there, it seems like it's always either raining or snowing when I go there. So you gotta get out, go up the end of the building, go in. It's now the way they've got it, you get out and you go right in. And you get that big window in the front, and they're a doctor's office. They're not a retail store to display the merchandise to passersby like a retail store is. So I don't see what's wrong with the way they have the building positioned now. Because you don't go there to pick out a pair of frames, you go there because you have an appointment to have your eyes examined, then get your frames there. So it's a different situation than walking by a hat shop or whatever in downtown. So I don't see anything wrong with the way they've got the building designed and the way where the door is and all that, the way it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Discussion by board. Seeing none, all those in favor? Very good. Public hearing's closed. Now we can move on to the siding. The siding? I forget where I was here. Facade. The length of the facade. Here are the parking. So facade length is greater than 50 feet. The front wall is 43 feet, but if you include the setback main entrance, it's 53 feet. We need to talk about whether the project requires this review. The board feel it does, it can find this point meets, met, find this point met, provided, this point is met, provided that the board finds the project to meet the building form standards. Okay. This has to do with the amount of glass?
No, this is just the
Space.
length of the.
Just the
building.
length?
Yeah, the massing of the building.
And it's broken by that recessed overhang.
Right.
I guess that's what you'd call it. Board thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the entranceway breaks up the facade, you know, with having the difference in position.
Okay, anybody else?
And that door down at the very end of the building, that's a real door, right?
Yeah, it's an employee emergency exit.
Yeah, there's one that comes in at the end of the main corridor. One over by the break room, which is on the driveway side.
Okay, oh, yeah.
I noticed we were waiting for a response from the fire chief. Is he all set?
JP does the plans examination for the fire department, and he didn't get me anything in writing today, but I did sit down with him with the application, go over it, and he has no concerns.
It's not big enough to trigger sprinkling.
It's not, it doesn't go to the fire marshal, it's still on him to review. Over the 5,000 feet, it goes to the fire marshal.
Why
But
wouldn't
they are
this
on
be
public water
sprinkled?
there, right?
I'm not the fire, I don't know building code, so that's on JP. They're gonna need to meet building code to get their fire inspection to get
Northeast
approved.
Road up to the water tank.
I don't have any problem with this, except that all new construction that faces the street should really enhance the streetscape. That's all I'm saying. It should really be an attractive, inviting enhancement to our town. And bad design is just as expensive as good design. And so with just a few minor tweaking, we could have a really awesome project. Because everything else seems, well done. And, would accommodate the large number of customers that you plan on serving. So to me, when I look at this, it's humdrum. It could be a lot better with just a few minor improvements.
You suggesting some landscaping on the
Well, there's nothing on the
roadside?
front, it's kind of all on the side. It's on the parking lot side, but this is what everybody's gonna see when they drive by. And, don't you think it's a little bit humdrum?
I think it's by far a huge improvement from what's there.
Well, that may be true, but this is new construction. That's existing.
Correct.
And that's a transformation from an old post office. And so, that was better maybe than what the post office had years ago. But for new construction for a company that's just booming, growing everywhere, I really think you could help us out a little bit more here.
What are
This
you
frontage.
suggesting?
You're suggesting landscaping the whole, all the way across that front? That bed, the whole length of the front?
I personally, as I said before, I think, you need a prominent entryway here. Not everybody's agreeing with me, I get it. But it should at least, this is a big-sized window. These look a little bit out of proportion to that big window. And something along the front to make this say, I want to go there. Not, that's just another one of those buildings, but wow, that's a new addition in town. I'd like to go there. I think there could be something you could add to that.
Okay.
I think we need to give them some guidance.
Well,
That's the case.
I would either say expand those windows if you don't want to move the door, the two side ones, or add a lot of landscaping so it has a nice pop. But, like you have something here, but all over here.
Applicant wants that wall space for
Displays. Yep. We run into that issue at most of they're all set sizes, the
What would the
displays.
applicant think about putting that landscape bed across the whole front?
I think if we could
Low growth.
reduce some of the landscaping on the other side, if we're gonna spread it out.
Move it around the corner? Maybe something with a little bit of height on that blank wall on the outside.
To me, it looks a little out of proportion with what I see there.
But you don't want to bury that building either, because it's
No,
not
I
an
don't want to bury the
unattractive
building.
building.
And anything with size grows over the years.
Yeah, be shrubs.
Color.
There you go. Yeah, I think we've got some.
I think this is like a good first pass. But I think that could be improved.
What trees, are there any large trees there now that you have to cut down?
I don't believe so. I think they're all further out here by the sign.
Yeah, they're within the public right-of-way, I think. The big trees down through there.
Another reason why a
I think
sidewalk.
they're within 50 feet of the road.
Could only guess.
Yeah, probably with the more landscaping along that whole
Along the
outside.
front.
An ornamental tree
Modify
that
the
doesn't-
landscaping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my question now, especially given that this meeting's getting on a little late, and our experiences with applications and trying to do landscaping or things outside of the meeting. Is the board looking to, I mean, I'm pulling the board as a whole on do you think this is close enough to get approval tonight? Or do you have, some of these things they need to go back to get us an updated plan showing where the beds go, if there's shrubs or something for landscaping, if that's what the board wants, or if the board wants changes to the architecture. Either way, like, if they've got work to do, then we can let them get that work done and come back, so you actually have something to vote on. But if you think this is pretty close, if you think this is, what we have in front of us is approvable, let's work on that. Let's start taking some votes to narrow this down, is I guess what we're saying. One way or the other.
Start, go right down the board. Deb?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt to put them in the conditions of approval, or should we just, I mean, I want more planting in the front or something to, you know,
Enhance the front appearance.
yeah, and it does have that vestibule on the right front corner, so that's kind of to the street side.
Yep.
Right? So I think I'm okay with that. I'd probably be okay with voting it in tonight instead of,
Another night. Right?
I'd be fine with voting on it positively tonight with the conditions of the landscaping changes to the front to improve the front look of the building. But other than that, from an architectural perspective, I personally would approve it as is.
Right, you're just gonna change the siding, right?
If that's what the board
The
wants.
siding, too.
You can't do vinyl, we've been told.
I would only ask on the landscaping to allow bushes and not trees, because we've only got that 15 feet. We all know they grow over the year and it will affect the building.
That's what I think would enhance the building, a nice planting around the facade of that building. You don't wanna hide it.
Right.
You want some low growth, I don't know what they'd be.
Yeah, we could go back to the architect.
And maybe, you know, as you say, cut back a little bit on that towards the driveway. Move some of it around. Let's see, oh, the other planting is around the new flagpole. You're gonna move the
Correct.
flagpole.
Yeah, we're gonna move that.
I guess I'm in the same boat. I could do it, I think, with maybe 2 or 3 conditions and a couple of waivers to, if we have to.
I don't think we need any waivers.
It's just all in the conditions.
Really, you got, so far, the three of you have spoken so far, this is, the only things are the siding and extending planting beds around the front of the building.
We gotta
So I
approve the
think those
parking.
are, and, yeah, I mean, we gotta take a bunch of votes.
Yep.
But those are the conditions that you're mentioning. And I think it sounds like those are ones you don't need to critique the specific plants. It's just that they show.
Prior to a
planting.
building permit, they gotta bring it in for,
But that, again, at a staff level review is what.
Right. because I don't know one plant from the other.
But you have your landscape architect that did the plan that will,
Correct.
right.
Yep.
You know, and I know you said like no trees, but even on this far corner to have an ornamental tree wouldn't be tragic. You'd still see plenty of the building, but it would give some nice interest.
Yeah, it just couldn't be too large.
tree or something
Yeah,
small.
just a small one.
Sure, yeah,
Yep.
variation. I believe they've got their
Yeah,
landscape artist, so
right, but
hopefully he
just-
can do it. Or they can, she can.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling the same way, that I could take a vote tonight, that just some, extending that landscaping along the front, kind of tightening up the front, and same thing about the facade material, but I'm pretty comfortable with this.
Your call, Andrew.
Ditto.
So I guess we're all on that boat. that what you wanted to hear? I hope so.
Like I said, it's your decision. I just want to
Yeah.
keep this moving because we're getting late.
I mean, I think this is,
got
this
one
is a
more
good
thing.
plus
Time
for the
has
whole
stood
neighborhood.
still. I don't know what.
We gotta fix that.
Yeah,
Oh, I
there's
don't like to
only
get my
one-
eyes
It's
dilated.
9:35.
Yeah. I mean, if you take this sign away, what are you gonna have? Because that sign is not supposed to be there.
Is that a window, or is that,
There's a window on the other side. You know,
In the
this,
gable peak, it's a vent.
this here looks
area.
nice. The side view,
so that's not like a vinyl
right, that's where you have a sign.
placket on a window, like an eyebrow window?
Which part are you looking at?
Right, the front facade of the
Yep.
building where the sign is?
Yes.
Is that like an eyebrow window with a sign on the glass?
No.
No.
No, just a sign.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I thought that was another window.
Well, if they were smart, they'd do two eyebrows over the windows and make it look like a face.
But I mean, that's my, one concern that I have is once you take away that sign, that's kind of an empty spot right there. Because the sign's really not supposed to be there, it's supposed to be outside, like on the grass, or a small one just right at this level.
They'll have to run that by the code enforcement officer. He has,
Well, that's what our plan says,
right,
yeah.
but he has to approve it, right?
I mean, yeah, they're gonna have to get a permit for a
Signage.
sign. But I
Right.
guess it sounds like to address her concern is they should, if we get approval here, then maybe there's a condition that says, get that sign permit into the code officer right away for your building, so that if he says the sign is not approvable,
Describing.
then we can get a window or something in there, so it's not just a blank space. I think that's that.
Yeah.
Well, let's just be clear, like, if we follow our code,
I'm just saying, we don't have a sign application in front of us. We're opening up
Right.
that, we don't know exactly what it's gonna look like. But, so we're leaving that that room open, but assume if there's no sign there, then there's a window. It's just so there's no blank wall. I was hoping to get to that concern.
I know, I hear what you're saying, but this is what happens. The code enforcement officer approves these signs that our code does not allow. And I keep seeing it over and over and over, and I would like to just have this board say, that should not be a sign, that should be a window, or something different than
The
that.
applicant states in the plans that the business sign that's in the lawn is gonna remain. Do you
It will
think
be
that?
updated,
Yeah, but
yeah.
that sign is there.
correct.
Do you
Yep.
think the client would be okay with that sign and not a building-mounted sign?
Or have it just be lower, like
All,
other signs.
I will say, all their other locations have two signs of some sort, most of them. We did the exact same thing in Wyndham on 302. We have a street sign and a sign on the building, almost the exact same look.
Well, our ordinance doesn't say that, so why don't we, can make a condition to remove that sign off of the plans and put a window there?
So I can put the window on the second story.
Yes, and then they can, the sign or whatever, any sign that does go up, whatever the ordinance says, needs to be below or on the side of the wall where it's supposed to be.
And if it's a window, can it be a window sign decal?
No.
Like, can you
If-
put
if
it
we're-
here?
If we're following
Oh,
same
I'm just
interpretation of
questioning.
the board, it does say including window signs.
Okay.
The language in the ordinance is
It's,
above, there's no signage permitted above second-story floor. There is no second-story floor, which is the open to interpretation part here,
Right,
because there's no second story.
right, it's just a vaulted ceiling, cathedral-style ceiling in there, so.
Now, there's a variety of language on sizing of signs and things like that, but I don't know if the sign as depicted could be put there, so I don't know. But
You know what?
But we typically don't do that anyways.
Right, the board does not generally do signage.
This is the model of this board.
I personally don't have a problem with the sign as it is, but I'll whatever,
As long as it meets code.
as long as it meets
That's all
code.
I ask. Can we just please, for once, meet
As long as it meets code. I'm fine with whatever happens.
Yes, we have a code, so just look at the code and find out where you're allowed to put the sign, and then bring it in to the code officer.
I mean, that is the whole purpose of the great big street sign that's on the front lawn. Everybody can see that.
If this was up against the street, you just have like a small, like, swinging sign type of thing.
You can have one that comes off, or if you think of like, mottos and all.
Well, to move along, I don't think we got to worry about a franchise look. This is an independent building.
Yeah, I mean, if the board's fine with the plans as presented in terms of the windows and all of that, then the draft motion was, the only conditions were just that you don't paint it a distinctive color scheme like we did for the Napa building, and that they have to check the transparency of the windows when they have window materials to make sure that they're within the ordinance requirements. And then I think the third one that we mentioned is that we get a wood look composite, can include what you're probably.
Yeah, it is a wood product.
Look where they are.
Wood look.
Wood look, correct, yeah.
Composite covers that as well.
Yep. It has a texture to it,
Yeah.
It's like the old masonite clapboards.
correct. Just gotten away from that.
Yeah, a
So I
little
think
bit
the
higher
third one would be
quality
that the
than those.
vinyl be replaced with a wood look composite. And that would give you a motion on the building form, unless you want to add the one about if there's no sign up there that there's a window. That was the only other building form.
We need to do something to break up the,
That's the whole purpose of
Facade.
having those big signs out front.
It's funny, they're building it right there. Right.
I think I mean, if you're looking at motions, the draft motion for that, you can skip to page 9.
I was just reading the, make sure we addressed everything else. Public Works says no concern.
Nope, it's an existing entrance, and while this is an expansion of use, it's not one that's gonna drastically change traffic there.
All right. So, we had two comments. One was on exterior lighting, and that is now condition number 5 in the condition of approval. As presented, that all lighting must be concealed source fixtures as required by 181-18. So that meets that code. And then the other one was sewage disposal relative to the information provided for the septic system, and that's covered by condition 6. Full septic design must be approved by the CEO prior to the issuance of a building permit. I think that covers those two. That's all I saw in that whole list that we need to be, oh, I did see on number 6, under M6, it says utilities are underground. They're actually all existing overhead electrical and stuff. It looks like they're bringing in right into the janitorial room or the mechanical room. Not gonna change that.
No.
Yeah, I was leaving them because they're existing.
Yeah. So that statement about underground is actually all overhead. Yeah, no issues. I just saw it.
So just to point out, this is just another example. I don't have a problem waiving the parking requirements. What I do have a problem with is when we do that, then we end up getting a fairly large-sized parking lot without any kind of breaks, trees, berms, anything. You know, we have a selective interpretation of the code. Sometimes we apply it, sometimes we don't apply it. I'm still trying to figure out when we do and when we don't, seems a little arbitrary to me. I get frustrated, as you can tell by my voice. But there is a parking lot standard in our code that, that if you have a larger parking lot like this, it ought to be considered for the, you know, the features that it's supposed to take care of. You know, it's supposed to help with runoff, you're supposed to have some trees, it's supposed to not just be tar in the middle of a big space and that's it, which is what we're gonna have. Everywhere else, there's parking standards, parking lot standards. We have one in our code. 252. I've gone round and round with Scott about
52.
this. But there is parking lot standards, 1 tree for every 10 parking places. One interior, I mean, so we do have that, 18120.
18120 explicitly only applies to the village center zone, the industrial zone, and the business and commercial zone. Those are the only zones that it applies to, explicitly, per the language in the ordinance.
So,
So not this one.
So not this one, which is in the form-based code district.
so if we interpret it that way, that
Not a
means
matter
that
of
the
interpretation,
only
it's
way,
distinct, explicit language.
just like we just talked about the site distance, that is explicit language in our code that all of a sudden we can waive. That's what I'm thinking. We have this very selective use with the intent of the ordinance. To me, it seems very clear that this is not referring to just Steep Falls.
Referring to the village center zone, which is a defined and distinct zone on the zoning map that covers Steep Falls.
Yeah, if it is interpreted that way. I don't believe that it is. So this is a parking standard that's in our zone that protects our town when you have a parking lot that has 20 spots. I think we should consider applying that to this parking lot, since we are waiving the requirement to have a larger parking place. I think it makes sense to apply the standard that we have in our code for larger parking places in a growth area. We can do that. These are minimal standards that are in our code. They're minimal standards.
There's a section for landscaping and screening in the site plan criteria that perhaps, we can ask for some screening, landscaping features in that area. Sounds like we're going to be asking for some revisions to the landscaping already to extend it along the facade. So they'll all be already adjusting that.
Yeah, I think it's a
Landscaping
great
plan, so
idea.
perhaps, we could talk about including that under section C of the site plan criteria. Landscaping criteria, landscaping and screening, to specifically ask for some screening treatments.
I mean, we have residences on that side of the parking lot for a neighbor.
So let's add it in and ask for screening.
If you want to follow the standards in that section, as an example for your screening, then the side yard is 1 tree every 30 feet along the sideline. Is that a reasonable standard to give them, so we have something specific to move forward on? And are you only worried about from the front to the end of the parking? Because that would be, all that needs to be screened, property line goes on for many feet after that.
I think it's where headlights would be potentially impacting the residential structure, the budding property, and then perhaps in between Route 35 and, some screening from the
Is this
right
spot
of way, which I
clear
think that's-
open? It's not clear open, is it?
No, there's a forested buffer between them and the neighbors where we're adding the parking.
Maybe just doesn't show on everything we got.
Can you put that up?
I was thinking they had trees.
There's a forested buffer, you said, between.
Quite a bit of trees there, yeah.
Between the parking lot and the neighbor.
Yeah.
I would think if we wanted anything, it would be around that utility pole to
So-
shield the parking lot from the road.
Right. You got quite a buffer there.
Yeah, that is pretty thick
Yeah, that
woods.
is pretty thick.
I'm fine with the way it is, personally.
Would you be retaining any of the trees in between the
Yeah.
right-of-way and the new parking? So it looks like it's.
Yeah,
an
we've
extension
got,
now.
not sure what the distance is, but there's quite a bit there until we get to the right of way.
If that parking lot's 18 to 20 feet, you've got at least 2.5 times that there, almost 50 feet from the edge of the parking to the property line.
It's just about to where the existing light pole is on that side, which I think is in the trees there.
They're just running the storm drain out in that area. There's not a lot of site work planned for
That's
it.
expanding it over to the other side, right?
Yeah, over here.
Is that what the riprap is out there on the
So
power
it'd
line?
be like, be taking out
Yeah,
trees,
so
for sure.
I think it's the foundation drain out.
It's just not represented on here. There are
Foundation
trees all over this. I mean, even around the
I
tower.
don't know, there's an awful lot of, awful lot of trees there. I don't know that we would be too.
Some of them will be coming out, right?
Looking at, trying to measure off the site plan here, here, looks like there'd be 25 to 30 feet of trees
Remaining.
between the expanded parking area, even including a strip of cleared land to do the grading and installing.
And that has the lot line going through garage.
Maybe we can add,
Lot lines on the aerials don't line up exactly.
maybe we can add the existing and proposed tree lines to, like, the landscaping plan, just so we can, have that documented and what will remain.
Take that right off the aerial, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Because you got the edge of the paved parking to overlay it.
And we got native species.
That's still gonna be just all open, square tar. What's the dimension of that?
All the way across is
9 times 9 is 81.
24 feet plus 18 feet, is that right?
You have,
Or is that 20 feet?
9 times 9 is 81 feet long and.
50 feet total.
50 by 81? Can't read this. So 50 wide by 81 long? And is any of that lit? Or no?
No.
Like not even, no lighting whatsoever in the parking lot?
Not planned on, no.
Because they're not open
They're not open, yeah.
past 5?
Yeah, 5 is their hour, yeah.
Any lighting on the building's gonna be shoebox style, so it shoots down
What about
in the
when
walkways.
It's dark at 4, don't worry about that.
You can't see, that's why you go there.
Right?
I was kind of holding that in for,
Oh, sorry.
Not the shoebox light like outside of this front door that
That's a
shines
nice
in
one.
your eyes every time you
Nice and
walk
bright.
in. Not like that.
I'm surprised you haven't been
That's
down here with a
concealed
wrench.
source.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
we have a condition on
well,
that.
never mind.
Some, some of the square art area.
All right, let's move along here.
Let's take a vote.
We don't have to make a motion on the vinyl siding other than to incorporate that it will be,
I think we can put that condition into the next motion on meeting the building form standards. Just say that it meets it with the condition that Instead of vinyl siding, it's a wood look composite.
That'd be number 3.
Yeah.
Siding will be, what do you want me to use for language there?
It is a wood product. The one I'm proposing is, it is all wood. You could do either one. I wouldn't label it as composite, though. It is a,
How about a wood siding
yep, we could do that.
match colonial clapboards?
Correct. It's a much wider exposure on them than a standard clapboard.
Like the old ones, 6 inch to the weather?
Yeah, these are usually 8 or 10.
So that's really the first one we have to address now.
Yep.
So board move, I'm just going to read this, so we've got this. The board, move that the board finds the proposed building submitted by Doten Construction on behalf of Maine Optometry for the property at map lot 36-21 meets the intention of the Standish Corner District Town Avenue Street Frontage Type and Building Form Standards 181-71B 7C with the following condition: the building shall be painted in a distinctive corporate color scheme. The transparency of the window shall be confirmed with the CEO prior to issuance of building permits. And 3, siding will be a wood siding to match colonial clapboards.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. Approved. And what are we adding for condition of approval? 1 is the landscaping. It would be number 7. Landscaping, landscape modifications along the facade, front facade of the building. Along the entire length of the front building facade. Can we put the parking in the conditions of approval, or do we have to vote on that?
That it meets the supplemental review criteria. The last time we did a supplemental review, we voted on it separately.
Okay. That's 181-7, 1B, 5B.
Yeah. And you can take, I think it sounded like you were fine with the facade length, so you can take out the E one. So it's just the B, the parking.
Right. So that would be to move, the board finds that the proposed building submitted by Doten Construction on behalf of Maine Optometry for the property map lot 36-21A meets supplemental planning board review requirements of subsection 181-7.1B 5B. That's for the addition.
For parking beyond what is required.
Anyone want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Patrick? Andrew? Board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. All right. Then we're down to the final approval motion. Move that the board grant approval under the provisions of the Standish Land Use Code for the site plan application submitted by Doughton Construction on behalf of Maine Optometry, the property at map 3621A in Standish, having found to meet the site plan review criteria of 18173, performance standards of 181.7.1, and all other relevant standards of the zoning ordinance with the following conditions. The applicant seen these?
Sent the memo on to you, yeah.
Yes. Seen 1 through 6, and we're gonna add the landscape. Do we also need to add something about the sign in here we talked about?
I mean, if the
I think it would be
board wants
appropriate.
that sign to be replaced with a window, should there not be a sign there, then that should be in here somewhere, yes.
I can't write that quick.
Remove sign and replace with window.
All right, yeah, I guess, yeah, the board was saying you just wanted there to not be a sign there, you wanted there to be a window?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then, yes, a window be added in place of the sign.
Place the sign on the building with a window. Applicant okay with that?
When I go back to the applicant, or Maine Optometry, where can the sign go on the front of the
You're gonna
building?
Check that with the code enforcement officer.
And you do have your big sign, right, along the street,
Right.
right? That was the whole purpose, is to have a big sign on the street so everybody could see it.
Maybe you just modify that middle window,
Could be, yeah.
eyebrow above it.
Make it an eyebrow, yeah.
All right.
Charlie,
Yes, sir.
with the landscaping, can we add to retain some of the existing trees? I don't know how we would phrase that, but
Applicant to retain
to screen the,
significant trees for screening of the parking lot. All right, so now 7 is going to read landscape modifications along the entire length of the front building facade, and the applicant to retain significant trees for screening of the parking lot expansion.
That was actually done 9 months ago.
And then 8 is replace the sign on the building with a window.
So people can find you now, right? They know where you are. And you have a sign out front, but
Yep.
not on the building. And the sign's very close to the front of the building.
Right.
Right. So that's the purpose of the sign, so they can find you.
Yep.
Anything else? We miss anything?
I think the new
Additions?
building's really what's gonna draw.
They have an H,
New building was
Yeah,
what's
there's a-
gonna draw everyone's eye.
For the septic, that's in there.
That's in there.
okay.
Big
It'd be
building.
Number
closer
6, I think.
to the road.
I think,
Oh, yes, I'm
Just
sorry,
waiting
yeah,
for the-
I see it.
Yep.
Okay.
And lighting is 5. Okay. I'll make that motion. As
I'll
amended.
second it.
Been moved and seconded. To grant approval. Further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Very good. Thank you
Thank you for your time.
for your patience. All right. Mr. Lovett. When is that? Oh, it's only floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board, I'm Andrew Broadus. I'm a condominium attorney from Westbrook. Brian Levitt and Jamie Thompson have formed an entity called Levitt Thompson. Some of you may have been on the Planning Board when this was approved back in 2020. I'm not sure all of you were, but if you were, you're familiar with this project. It was voted on in June of 2020. What it consisted of were 18 single-family lots and 84 two-bedroom condominium units. So it was a combination of subdivision plus condominium. In most situations, you either have a condominium project alone or a subdivision alone. This is sort of a combination. And what happened here was the subdivision plan was recorded, but where the village housing was to be on the plan, it simply said village housing. And it made no depiction, as you can see on the plan here, of those units you see up. Those are all the condominium units. So what's recorded at the registry was simply the words village housing without the depiction of the units themselves. And what we're looking to do tonight is actually two things. One is, in the original packet that was done in 2020, we looked at it, had the depiction of the condos, and they were approved along with the subdivision. But the plan that got recorded made no depiction of the condos that got recorded. So one of the things we want the board to do is approve the plan, and there were a series of sheets that were submitted in the original submission and one of them depicted the actual units. And if we have approval on that one, that's number one. And then number two, we have an amendment to the plan, and Dick Hamilton's here to explain a little bit about that. Basically, it was to tweak it and update the limited common elements as well as the depictions on the plan that was done in 20. So it's pretty straightforward here as to what needs to be done. So that way we'll be in compliance with the Maine Condo Act. We'll also be in compliance with what the lender is requesting here, as well as making the title to these condos marketable and having the units available for sale. So that's pretty much what we're requesting here, so I'll be glad to field any questions on the legal end, and Dick can answer any questions as far as the engineering or anything with the units themselves. And if you want to open it up to the public, I'll be glad to listen to that as well.
The town's perspective, from my perspective, this is substantially, effectively the same plan that has already been approved. It's still a valid plan. It's an ongoing project. This is a bureaucratic matter that has nothing really to do with the town. It's just needs to get done for financing to work. So I don't think there's any reason for the board to not just vote on this and sign the plan and let it get through so they can keep doing the work that they're doing. I reviewed with the code officer. There's no known violations of the previous approved plan, and they've been operating within what we're approved, so I think we're good to just move this right along.
Now, I noticed really the only section that we have any real detail of limited common elements and common elements is the section around Marcy Drive. So I'm assuming we'll have another plan when they do the next sections as they come in with full detail on each section. Which will be common.
Hi, Brian Levitt from Levitt Thompson. The Macy Drive is done, boy, have I learned a lot in the last 7 months about this stuff, I'll tell you. Thanks to Andy, right on full payroll for the whole time. But that is the condo plat. Yes. So with all the details on that. And yes, each one, we're gonna do each road as in its own association. Otherwise, we have to claim them all right now, and that may be 2 or 3 years before we'd ever get to the end of that. Having to pay condo associations for 84 units doesn't make a lot of sense when there's only gonna be 16 done this year. So we are gonna base and get the condo plats and declarations done, just like Macy Drive, for each one.
Right, as they come due.
As they come due, and we're hoping we're hoping that William Drive, which is the next one down the line, we're hoping to start that and get that base paved so we can build that through next winter. So we have some that are ready to go under contract there on Macy Drive and are ready to go, so. Actually, we're base paving Macy Drive tomorrow, so hopefully this can keep moving forward.
So we're going to receive 4 additional.
I don't know, as the town even needs that, do they, Scott?
I mean, I'm sure we'll get copies as
Yeah.
part of building permits, but this plan, while there's more detail on that drive, on that particular road on Macy Drive than we need for the planning board, I mean, it's there,
So the only
but-
reason to see anything would be if they change the units.
Right. If something changes, it'll come here, just for the additional detail, won't have to come back to the planning board.
Okay, gotcha.
So this should hopefully finish.
I might add that the planning board back in '20, I looked at the records, it looked like it was pretty thoroughly vetted back then, and so you don't have to revisit this at all. So I think this is, as Scott has alluded to, this is more of a bureaucratic matter that if you approve this plan, we can get it recorded so that anybody looking at it, the registry can see the units themselves. So that's why we need to be able to do that, as well as the one that's recently been amended here by Dick Hamilton. And if you have any other questions of Brian or myself, I'll be glad to field them.
Board members, questions, comments?
So, you know, it wasn't here in 2020, so this has a site law, DEP license, I'm assuming?
Yep.
The scale of development is, all of what you're showing has been accounted for stormwater runoff and everything, okay.
And that's like, I have this is the plan set from 2020. Like, it's the same thing.
Okay.
We reviewed all of this internally at the time.
I get it. So it's,
What was on,
Wasn't registered.
so this is really tied to kind of financing.
right,
Bank needs
exactly,
to see this
yes.
in the registry.
What was unusual about this was,
Bring that up on a satellite view, just so I can see where the lines are on that lot.
Again, the lot lines on the satellite are not 100%. They don't line up. There's a few
No, I just
feet
want to
of
see the satellite view of what it looks like, so you know where the buffer areas are. Where are the buffer areas that have trees in them on that?
Along the edge.
Yeah.
So the yellow is,
Yellow's property lines, again, they are not ground truthed to these satellite images.
yeah, no, I'm just talking about, in general, any vegetation on there, where the vegetation is. So, okay.
You can see that dark green wrapped around the outside edge of it. That was this buffer right here. Then the rest of it, there's a landscaping plan for the rest of this, if I remember rightly. Once the buildings are built.
Okay.
You had to disrupt that entire area plus the septic system.
what was unusual about this was it was a subdivision and a condominium project together. And that's why normally we have a separate condo project that gets recorded depicting the units and the subdivision separately, but this was all combined into one, and that's why, and at the time, that's what got recorded, so. Pretty simple request here, so, thank you.
All right. Other board comments, questions?
No.
Seeing none? Open it up to the public for anybody like to speak from the public?
I'd just like to say, if you could sign it tonight, we'd appreciate it, because we're going to report it tomorrow.
Well, it might be tomorrow pretty soon, so.
Yeah, we're getting there.
The registry's not open right now, but.
I think we just need a motion on completeness and then one on approval.
Yep. Is there a motion to find the application for an amendment to Highland subdivision as submitted by Lovett Thompson LLC to be complete for review?
I make that motion?
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to find the application complete. Any further discussion by the board? Andrew?
No, I was just getting ready.
All those in favor? Unanimous. And then, no additional stuff to discuss. I guess at this point, we could move forward with, move that the board grant approval of an amendment to the Highlands subdivision as submitted by Levitt Thompson LLC under the provision of the Standish Land Use Code, having found it to meet the criteria and standards of the town of Standish subdivision and site plan regulations, all other relevant standards of the zoning ordinance with the following conditions, and it's one is the approval of the amendment for previous approved plan. Two, no deviation from the approval are permitted without prior approval by the planning board or the code enforcement officer, and I'm just ad-libbing these. And three, the revised subdivision shall be recorded at the registry within 90 days. The applicant saw those conditions, I assumed. So moved? I moved it. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Frank seconded it. Further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. Okay, we sign the plans, and then is there a motion to adjourn after the plans are signed?
I will make that motion to adjourn.
Second.
You can second to adjourn after we sign the plans. All those in favor? Aye. Aye, Captain.